to the letter and spirit that reduced lot of time wastage. The moment my Guru said, go and beg the same street, in the same shop and bring food, I know now it is a serious. It's not casual. It's not fun anymore. It means I have done something out of my pattern or out of the context which my masters are correcting. I tell you, I stood up, straight went to that street, begged and brought whatever I got. Naturally, all friends, family, they all gave so many things. I have to take a small pulling cart. In villages, there will not be rickshaw, the hand-pulled cart. So I have to hire a small hand-pulled cart to bring all the items I got as bhiksha to my Guru. So I hired a small vehicle and brought the whole thing and put it at the feet of both the Gurus, and I realized, understand, that was one of the greatest realization I had. I should not be bothered about imaginary opinions of others. I tell you, the liberation that happened at that moment is still now used.
Nithyananda वहाक्षहरं भुजङ्गविभूषणं शैलराजसुता परिष्कृतचारुवामकलेबरं श्वेलनीलगलं परश्वधधारिणं मृगधारिणं श्वेलनीलगलं परश्वधधारिणं मृगधारिणं नित्यानन्दं आश्रये मम किं करिष्यति वै यमः नित्यानन्दम् आश्रये मम किं करिष्यति वै यमः नित्यानन्दम् ईश्वरं सर्वपापविनाशनं नित्यानन्दम् ईश्वरं सर्वपापविनाशनम् कुण्डलीकृतकुण्डलेश्वरकुण्डलं वृषवाहनं नारदातिमुनीश्वरस्तुतवैभवं भुवनेश्वरं कुण्डलीकृतकुण्डलेश्वरकुण्डलं वृषवाहनं नारदातिमुनीश्वरस्तुतवैभवं भुवनेश्वरम् अन्धकान्तकमाश्रितावरपादवं शमनान्तकम् अन्धकान्तकमाश्रितावरपादवं शमनान्तकम् नित्यानन्दम् आश्रये मम किं करिष्यति वै यमः नित्यानन्दम् आश्रये मम किं करिष्यति वै यमः नित्यानन्दम् ईश्वरं सर्वपापविनाशनं नित्यानन्दम् ईश्वरं सर्वपापविनाशनम् भेषजं भवरोगिणामखिलापदामपकारिणं दक्षयज्ञविनाशनं त्रिगुणात्मकं त्रिविलोचनं भेषजं भवरोगिणामखिलापदामपकारिणं दक्षयज्ञविनाशनं त्रिगुणात्मकं त्रिविलोचनं भुक्तिमुक्तिफलप्रदं सकलाघसङ्गनिबर्हणं नित्यानन्दम् आश्रये मम किं करिष्यति वै यमः भुक्तिमुक्तिफलप्रदं सकलाघसङ्गनिबर्हणं नित्यानन्दम् आश्रये मम किं करिष्यति वै यमः नित्यानन्दम् ईश्वरं सर्वपापविनाशनं नित्यानन्दम् ईश्वरं सर्वपापविनाशनम् भक्तवत्सलमर्चितं निधिमक्षयं हरिदम्बरं सर्वभूतपतिं परात्परमप्रमेयमनूत्तमं भक्तवत्सलमर्चितं निधिमक्षयं हरिदम्बरं सर्वभूतपतिं परात्परमप्रमेयमनूत्तमम् सोमवारितभूहुतासन सोमपानिलकाकृतिं सोमवारितभूहुतासन सोमपानिलकाकृतिं नित्यानन्दम् आश्रये मम किं नित्यानन्दम् ईश्वरं सर्वपापविनाशनम् 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 नित्यानन्दम् ईश्वरं
அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நேரி அருளவே நித்யனாய் உலகிற்கு வந்தம்மை ஆட்கொள்ள தேவர்களை காத்திட வைத்தான் தாயாய் பேரருள் புரிய உடல் ரோமம் சிலிர்த்திட நித்யனாய் வந்து அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நேரி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் சித்தை கிளப்பி விட்டேனில் பர தத்துவம் கற்பித்த பாரமஞானியாய் ஞானக்கண் கொடுத்த தமக்கே ரூபம் காட்டிய மாய வித்தை செய்யும் நித்யன் சித்தை கிளப்பி விட்டேனில் பர தத்துவம் கற்பித்த பாரமஞானியாய் ஞானக்கண் கொடுத்த தமக்கே ரூபம் காட்டிய மாய வித்தை செய்யும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நேரி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் மெய்ப்பொருளான நித்யனை ஆழ்ந்து சிந்திக்க ஐயனின் ரூபம் விளங்கும் தாண்டும் சிவசக்தியாக ஐம்பொறிகளுக்கும் புலனாகின்ற நித்யன் மெய்ப்பொருளான நித்யனை ஆழ்ந்து சிந்திக்க ஐயனின் ரூபம் விளங்கும் யாண்டும் சிவசக்தியாக ஐம்பொறிகளுக்கும் புலனாகின்ற நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நேரி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் உள்ளும் பூரமும் இருந்து உயிர் பக்குவமாக்கிடும் பரமனாம் நித்யன் ஞானப்பாடித்தங்கள் ஏழும் கொண்ட ஞானமும் ஆகிய ஆண்டிடும் நித்யன் உள்ளும் பூரமும் இருந்து உயிர் பக்குவமாக்கிடும் பரமனாம் நித்யன் ஞானப்பாடித்தங்கள் ஏழும் கொண்ட ஞானமும் ஆகிய ஆண்டிடும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நேரி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் ஆப்த வாக்கியங்களான அருள் கவிதைகள் நித்யனின் மகிமை சொல்லிடும் மகிமை அர்ப்பித்த பின்னே சிவசக்தி ஸ்வரூபமாய் தோன்றிடும் நித்யன் ஆப்த வாக்கியங்களான அருள் கவிதைகள் நித்யனின் மகிமை சொல்லிடும் மகிமை அர்ப்பித்த பின்னே சிவசக்தி ஸ்வரூபமாய் தோன்றிடும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நேரி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புண்ணிய கேத்திரம் தனிலே நித்யன் உன்னத நிலை உள்ளத்தில் வருமே விண்ணவர் மன்னவர் ஒப்ப அகிலம் ஆளும் கீர்த்தியுட ஈசன் நித்யானந்தன் புண்ணிய சேத்திரம் தனிலே நித்யன் உன்னத நிலை உள்ளத்தில் வருமே விண்ணவர் மன்னவர் ஒப்ப அகிலம் ஆளும் கீர்த்தியுட ஈசன் நித்யானந்தன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். முப்புரி நூலை தரித்தவன் ஐயன் வேதியன் வெந்நீர் பூசிய நித்யன் அண்டத்தின் மூல காரணன் முடிவற்ற ஆனந்தத்தை தொண்டர் கருள்வான். முப்புரி நூலை தரித்தவன் ஐயன் வேதியன் வெந்நீர் பூசிய நித்யன் அண்டத்தின் மூல காரணன் முடிவற்ற ஆனந்தத்தை தொண்டர் கருள்வான். அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டார் ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். பேரறிவு பொருள் நித்யன் உலகாளும் ஊரை மன்னவர் கழித்தவன் அர்த்தநாரீஸ்வரனாக அருள் செய்திட்டே எம்மை ஆட்கொண்டிடும் நித்யன் பேரறிவு பொருள் நித்யன் உலகாளும் ஊரை மன்னவர் கழித்தவன் அர்த்தநாரீஸ்வரனாக அருள் செய்திட்டே எம்மை ஆட்கொண்டிடும் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். பிறவி பிறவியாய் தேவர்கள் பரம்பொருளான பரமனையை தேட ஈசன் பிறவாமல் ஆட்கொண்டு எம்மை ஒரு தத்துவம் தன்னை உரைத்திட நித்யனாய் பிறவி பிறவியாய் தேவர்கள் பரம்பொருளான பரமனையை தேட ஈசன் பிறவாமல் ஆட்கொண்டு எம்மை ஒரு தத்துவம் தன்னை உரைத்திட நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். எண்ணிலா வடிவமுடையவன் என்னும் எண்ணம் கடந்த முதற் பொருளானவன் பிறவி எடுத்தே சலிக்க அருள் தாகத்தை தீர்த்தன் வினைகள் களைந்தான். எண்ணிலா வடிவமுடையவன் என்னும் எண்ணம் கடந்த முதற் பொருளானவன் பிறவி எடுத்தே சலிக்க அருள் தாகத்தை தீர்த்தன் வினைகள் களைந்தான். அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். ஆனந்தமாய் என்னுள் நித்யன் முக்தி மார்க்கத்தை காட்டி வீட்டிருந்தருள்வான். மாலையன் காணாத சோதியன் தெளித்தேனாய் நித்திட ஞானம் அருள்வான். ஆனந்தமாய் என்னுள் நித்யன் முக்தி மார்க்கத்தை காட்டி வீட்டிருந்தருள்வான். மாலையன் காணாத சோதியன் தெளித்தேனாய் நித்திட ஞானம் அருள்வான். அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்திற்கெட்டா ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். வெற்றி குதிரை ஏதியே அடியார்கள் கூரைகளை ஏற்கின்ற நித்யன் சூழும் உறவினரோடு வந்த பாசந்தனை யாரு தேயம்மை காப்பான். வெற்றி குதிரை ஏறியே அடியார்கள் கூரைகளை ஏற்கின்ற நித்யன் சூழும் உறவினரோடு வந்த பாசம் தானை யாரு தேயம்மை காப்பான். அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்தில் கெட்டார். ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தார். நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தார். நித்யனை பற்றுவதொன்றே உபாயம் என்பதானால் பற்றி பீடித்தோம். நித்யன் பாதம் ஒன்றி சதம் அவன் நாமம் சொல்லியே நித்யானந்தம் கொள்ளுவோம். நித்யனை பற்றுவதொன்றே உபாயம் என்பதானால் பற்றி பீடித்தோம். நித்யம் பாதம் ஒன்றி சதம் அவன் நாமம் சொல்லியே நித்யானந்தம் கொள்ளுவோம். அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்தில் கெட்டார். ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். கைலை இறையென உரைபவன் அருணையில் குருவென மலர்ந்தது புகழ் பாடி. அருள் பெறவே திருப்பதம் தனில் அடியவர் சாற்றி மகிழ்வுறும் பாமாலை. நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த சத்குருவே. நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த சத்குருவே. அகமே நிறைந்த எம் அண்ணாமலை வேந்தனே, ஜெகம் போற்றும் எம் ஆனந்த நித்யனே. சாற்றும் இப்பாமாலை ஏற்றமை காப்பாயே. நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த சத்குருவே. நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த சத்குருவே. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சலம் தந்த வரமே அகத்தினில் அமர்ந்தே அருள் தரும் நித்யானந்தா. குருவாய் மலர்ந்திங்கு உணர்வாய் கலந்தெமக்குயர்வாழ் வழித்திடும் நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. புவி மேல் பிறந்தது எதனால் என்பதும் அறியா பதர்யாம் நித்யானந்தா. துதிப்பாடிடும் வரம் அளித்தே குறைதனை களைந்தாய் கணம் தனில் நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. அலை பாய்ந்திடும் மனம் நிலையாய் அமர்த்திடுவாய் என பணிந்தோம் நித்யானந்தா. மனம் தாண்டிய மலை மகனே புயலென புகுந்தாய் மனந்தனில் நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. இக வாழ்வே பெரும் பிணிதானென உணர்ந்தே உனை அடைந்தோம் நித்யானந்தா. ஜகமாயையில் இருந்தமை மீட்டே தடுத்தாட்கொண்டிடுவாய் நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. அகங்காரம் அதன் விளைவாய் யுகங்களாய் பிறந்தே தவித்தோம் நித்யானந்தா. நிலையானது ஆன்மாவென உணர்ந்துந்தன் பதம் சரண் புகுந்தோம் நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. எதிராய் புரிந்திந்த புவி மேல் நீதம் வந்த அகந்தையில் உழன்றோம் நித்யானந்தா. கதிராய் நிலைதனை எரித்தே வழி தரும் ஒளியாய் மலர்ந்த எம் நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த சத்குருவே. நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த சத்குருவே. பிடிவாதம் எனும் சிறையில் பிடிப்பட்டே பிணி அடைந்தோம் நித்யானந்தா. இறை வடிவாய் பிறந்தங்கள் பிணி போக்கிட பெரும் மருந்தாய் மலர்ந்த எம் நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. காற்றினிலே பெரும் கோட்டைகள் கட்டியம் காலங்கள் கரைந்தது நித்யானந்தா. தேற்றியம் வாழ்வினை மாற்றிடும் கூற்றினை காட்டினையே குரு நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. நாவினில் தோன்றிடும் பாவினில் ஆழ்ந்த பொருள் என நின்றிடும் நித்யானந்தா. நான் மறை மூன்று தமிழ் தனை காத்திடும் ஞான முதல்வனே நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. கூவிடும் கூக்குரல் கேட்ட அம்மாத்திரம் ஓடி வந்தாண்டிடும் நித்யானந்தா. மேவிடும் தீமைகள் யாவையும் தாங்கிய சூலத்தில் நீக்கிடும் நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. என்னிடும் தூரத்தில் இல்லை என்றென்ன என் எண்ணத்திலே நின்ற நித்யானந்தா. எண்ணத்தில் நின்று எம் எண்ணில்லா எண்ணங்கள் மாய்த்தமை காத்த எம் நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. மனமும் பல ஆயிரம் கேள்விகள் தாங்கிய தவித்தது நித்யானந்தா. கேள்விகள் யாவும் அம்மாத்திரமே உந்தன் மௌனம் துடைத்தது நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. வருந்தும் அடியவரை உயர்நிலை கேட்டிட உனையன்றி எவரில்லை நித்யானந்தா. அறிந்தமடைந்தோம் கருணை பொழிந்திடு நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. அரவம் அடக்கிய தேரையாய் மனமதில் சிக்கிய தவித்தோம் நித்யானந்தா. துயத்துடைத்தேயமக்குயர் நிலை காட்டிய உன்னத குருவே நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. ஆணவத்தால் இங்கு அறிவை இழந்தயம் வாழ்வொரு வாழ்வோ நித்யானந்தா. ஆனந்த வாழ்வினை அருளிட அருணையில் அவதரித்தனையோ நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. அகத்தினை மூடிய பனியாய் எண்ணத்தில் உறைந்து கிடந்தோம் நித்யானந்தா. ஜகத்தினிலே பனி அகற்றிடும் ஞாயிறாய் ஒளிர்ந்தமை மீட்டாய் நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. அரவம் மிரட்டிடும் கருடனென பெரும் அச்சத்தில் அலைந்தோம் நித்யானந்தா. பயிர்களை காத்திடும் மேகமாய் வந்து எம் பயந்தனை நீக்கிடு நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு 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 நித்யானந்தா. மானுடமாய் வந்து மாயையினால் பெரும் வீழ்வு நிலைத்தது நித்யானந்தா. வேதியனாய் மனம் ஆழ்ந்து உணர்ந்திட தியானத்தை தந்த என் நித்யானந்தா. வேற்றுமையின்றி வேண்டிடும் யாவர்க்கும் ஞானத்தை காட்டிடும் நித்யானந்தா. தேற்றிட வாழ்வினில் காற்றனவே புகுந்தாண்டிடும் மையனே நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. உறவென பற்றிடும் உள்ளங்கள் யாவைக்கும் உண்மையை உணர்த்திடும் நித்யானந்தா. உண்மையை உணர்ந்திட உள்ளமும் உண்மையும் நீ என உணர்ந்தோம் நித்யானந்தா. நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த சத்குருவே. நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த சத்குருவே. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த சத்குருவே. நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த குரு நித்யானந்த சத்குருவே. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல குரு நித்யானந்தா. அருணாச்சல நித்ய அருணாச்சல நித்ய नित्य अरुणाचल गुरु नित्यानंदा. அண்டமாகி அறிவதற்கு அரியதான பொருளதாகி தொண்டர்களின் குருவுமாகி தூய்மையான தெய்வமாகி. அண்டமாகி அறிவதற்கு அரியதான பொருளதாகி தொண்டர்களின் குருவுமாகி தூய்மையான தெய்வமாகி. திசையெட்டும் போற்றுகின்ற என் ஐயன் ஈசனவன் திடமுடைய நித்யநந்தன் தினமும் என் சிரசை காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா. நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே. நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே. ஆதிசிவன் மைந்தனவன் ஆனந்தமாய் நெற்றி காக்க. ஆறுமுக வேலவனோ இருநுதலை இசைந்து காக்க. ஆதிசிவன் மைந்தனவன் ஆனந்தமாய் நெற்றி காக்க. ஆறுமுக வேலவனோ இருநுதலை இசைந்து காக்க. ஜோதியான தணிகை ஈசன் நித்யநந்தன் விழியை காக்க. நாதனாம் நித்யநந்தன் நயமுடன் நாசி காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா. நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே. நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே. செவி இரண்டும் சிறப்புடனே சிவகாமி செல்வன் காக்க. வாயை வேலவன் காக்க நாப்பல் முழுதும் நித்யன் காக்க. செவி இரண்டும் சிறப்புடனே சிவகாமி செல்வன் காக்க. வாயை வேலவன் காக்க நாப்பல் முழுதும் நித்யன் காக்க. கருப்பை தன்னை கந்தன் நித்யன் கருணையுடன் காக்க. பின்னர் பிடரி தன்னை பிரியமுடன் சிவ நித்யானந்தன் காக்க. நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே. நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே. திருமகனின் மருமகனோ மகிழ்ந்து காக்க. மார்பினை மறுத்திடாமல் மருதமலை நாதன் காக்க. முழங்கைதனை முன்னிருந்து நித்ய சண்முகன் காக்க. முழங்கைதனை முன்னிருந்து நித்ய சண்முகன் காக்க. 12 கையை கொண்டு பிணியெல்லாம் நித்யன் தீர்க்க. நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே. நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே. நித்யநந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே. முன்கை தன்னை முகிழ்ந்து காக்க. கைத்தலத்தை மால் மருகன் நித்ய சுப்பிரமணியன் காக்க. உமை மைந்தன் உறுதியாக முன்கை தன்னை முகிழ்ந்து காக்க. கைத்தலத்தை மால் மருகன் நித்ய சுப்பிரமணியன் சுப்பிரமணியன் காக்க பொறிக்கரம் விரல்கள் பத்தும் பாங்குடனே புறம் கையும் பின்முதுகும் பின்னவனோ பிணி இல்லாமலை காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றேனோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றேனோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே. தேவி மைந்தன் தாளினையும் இருமுழங்காலும் காக்க தொடையோடு கணைக்கால் தனை கைலை செல்வன் கணிந்து காக்க தேவி மைந்தன் தாளினையும் இருமுழங்காலும் காக்க தொடையோடு கணைக்கால் தனை கைலை செல்வன் கணிந்து காக்க நேருடை பாடிரெண்டும் நித்யானந்த ஈசன் காக்க சீரிய புதிக்கால் தன்னை குரு நித்யானந்தன் காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றேனோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றேனோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே. பாதத்தோடு 10 விரலும் பறிந்து காக்க காலையோ கருத்தினோடு கௌரி நந்தனன் காக்க விடுதிநாதன் பாதத்தோடு 10 விரலும் பறிந்து காக்க காலையோ கருத்தினோடு கௌரி நந்தனன் காக்க மெய்யுடன் முழுதும் ஆதி விமல நித்யானந்தன் காக்க தெய்வநாயக விசாகன் தினமும் என் நெஞ்சை காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றேனோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றேனோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே. மண்ணிலும் மரத்தின் மீதும் மலையிலும் நெருப்பின் மீதும் தண்ணீரை ஜலத்தின் மீதும் சாரிசை ஊர்த்தி மீதும் மண்ணிலும் மரத்தின் மீதும் மலையிலும் நெருப்பின் மீதும் தண்ணீரை ஜலத்தின் மீதும் சாரிசை ஊர்த்தி மீதும் விண்ணிலும் பிலத்தின் உள்ளும் வேறு எந்த இடத்தும் என்னை நன்னி வந்து அருளார் நித்யானந்தன் வேல் காக்க காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றேனோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றேனோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே. தொல்வினைகள் சூழ்ந்தென்னை தொல்லை செய்யாமல் காக்க கஷ்டமே நிறைந்திட்ட கர்ம வினையில்லாமல் காக்க தொல்வினைகள் சூழ்ந்தென்னை தொல்லை செய்யாமல் காக்க கஷ்டமே நிறைந்திட்ட கர்ம வினையில்லாமல் காக்க சித்தமலம் ஒடுங்கி எங்கள் சித்த சுத்தி செய்து காக்க ஸ்ரத்தையோடு வணங்க எம்மை சிவனர் மைந்தன் காக்க காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றேனோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றேனோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே. சித்தர்கள் போற்றுகின்ற ஞான சித்தி சித்தி தந்து காக்க சிவானந்த தேனில் எம்மை திளைத்திடவே செய்து காக்க சித்தர்கள் போற்றுகின்ற ஞான சித்தி தந்து காக்க சிவானந்த தேனில் எம்மை திளைத்திடவே செய்து காக்க 10 திக்கு தோறுமெனை பறந்து வந்து ஐயன் காக்க பற்றுதலை பற்றறுத்து பரமனை பற்ற காக்க 10 திக்கு தோறுமெனை பறந்து வந்து ஐயன் காக்க பற்றுதலை பற்றறுத்து பரமனை பற்ற காக்க நித்திய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே பிறப்பினோடு இறப்பினையும் பெயர்ந்து நித்யா காத்திடுவாய் பிறவாமை என்கின்ற பெரும்வரம் நீ தந்திடுவாய் பிறப்பினோடு இறப்பினையும் பெயர்ந்து நித்யா காத்திடுவாய் பிறவாமை என்கின்ற பெருவரம் நீ தந்திடுவாய் சம்ஸ்காரங்கள் கடந்து ஆன்ம ஞானம் தந்து காக்க சரணடைந்தோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகனே நித்தம் காக்க நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே நித்ய சண்முகா நின்னை பற்றினோம் நித்யானந்த சண்முகா காக்க காக்கவே
नित्यानन्दम् ईश्वरम् सर्वपापविनाशनम् नित्यानन्दम् ईश्वरम् सर्वपापविनाशनम् बद्धवारणमुख्यचर्मकृतोत् शैलराजसखं सिञ्जनीकृतपन्नगेश्वरम् अच्युताननसायकं रत्नसानुशरासनं रजताद्रिशृङ्गनिकेतनं सिञ्जनीकृतपन्नगेश्वरम् अच्युताननसायकम् क्षिप्रदग्धपरत्रयं त्रिदिवालयैरभिवन्दितं क्षिप्रदग्धपरत्रयं त्रिदिवालयैरभिवन्दितं नित्यानन्दं आश्रये मम किं करिष्यति वै यमः नित्यानन्दं आश्रये मम किं करिष्यति वै यमः नित्यानन्दम् ईश्वरं सर्वपापविनाशनं नित्यानन्दम् ईश्वरं पञ्चपादपपुष्पदग्धपदाम्बुजद्वयशोभितं भाललोचनजातपावकदग्धमन्मथविग्रहम् पञ्चपादपपुष्पदग्धपदाम्बुजद्वयशोभितं भाललोचनजातपावकदग्धमन्मथविग्रहम् भस्मदिग्धकलेबरं भवनाशनं भवमव्ययम् भस्मदिग्धकलेबरं भवनाशनं भवमव्ययम् नित्यानन्दम् आश्रये मम किं करिष्यति वै यमः नित्यानन्दम् आश्रये मम किं करिष्यति वै यमः नित्यानन्दम् ईश्वरं सर्वपापविनाशनं नित्यानन्दम् ईश्वरं सर्वपापविनाशनम् मद्दवारणमुख्यचर्मकृतोत्तरीयमनोहरं पङ्कजासनपद्मलोचनपूजिताङ्घ्रिसरोरुहं मद्दवारणमुख्यचर्मकृतोत्तरीयमनोहरं पङ्कजासनपद्मलोचनपूजिताङ्घ्रिसरोरुहं देवसिन्धुतरङ्गशीकर सिक्तशुभ्रजटाधरं नित्यानन्दम् आश्रये मम किं करिष्यति वै यमः देवसिन्धुतरङ्गशीकर सिक्तशुभ्रजटाधरं नित्यानन्दम् आश्रये मम किं करिष्यति वै यमः नित्यानन्दम् ईश्वरं सर्वपापविनाशनं नित्यानन्दम् ईश्वरं सर्वपापविनाशनम् यक्षराजसखं भगाक्षहरं भुजङ्गविभूषणं शैलराजसुतापरिष्कृतचारुवामकलेभरं यक्षराजसखं बहाक्षहरं भुजङ्गविभूषणं शैलराजसुतापरिष्कृतचारुवामकलेबरं श्वेलनीलगलं परश्वधधारिणं मृगधारिणं श्वेलनीलगलं परश्वधधारिणं मृगधारिणं
country. Hinduism has something great to offer. Hindu god Paramashiva is good. We love him not just because he gives us what we want, but because he is good, and he has so much to offer to the world that makes the best nation. Hindu God has life positive, all-inclusive, good, spiritual, social, political, and moral principles. Hindu principles are guaranteed solutions for all the major problems of humanity: resettlement, violence and lawfare, impoverishment, inequality, environmental footprint, pandemic and biowar, disputes, feminist movement, women's rights, child rights, minority rights, linguistic rights, human rights. Because Hinduism has the best to offer to the world, Kailasa, standing tall since 1994 for the grand narrative of Hinduism, is the good God's country. Founder of Kailasa, Paramashiva, and his 1008th incarnation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Kailasa, the enlightened civilization, the greatest Hindu nation. His Divine Holiness was birthed by his predecessors of enlightened masters, great rishis, munis, siddhas, who predicted and recognized His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as an incarnation of Paramashiva, as per the science of incarnation described in Hinduism. From his first Chaturmasya in the year 1980 until the age of 16 in the year 1994, the Supreme Pontiff was trained for the revival of Kailasa. He began reviving Kailasa from the age of 16 after the coronation on the 25th May 1994. Kailasa that we see today is 26 years of sincere hard work of the reviver and Hindu diaspora all over the world. Kailasa has a potential population of 2 billion Hindus worldwide, with over 100 million applications to its citizenship already applied. Hinduism has stood over 10,000 years as an enlightened civilization, has been a global beacon of spiritual and timeless wisdom, technology, culture.
He's wearing a grey jacket. His name is Boris.
The world's ancient civilization produced more than 40% of the world's GDP.
purpose of life is to experience oneness with the ultimate reality, Paramashiva. Life exists on the planet Earth for last 40 billion years, and 5 times life faced complete extinction on the planet Earth. But somewhere one DNA, one cell, living organism is thrown out of planet Earth, preserved inside a volcano rock. After millions of years comes back to Earth due to gravity or whatever reason, gets into the ocean and starts the life again. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is the conscious science to give breakthrough to your DNA through natural selection process and to your consciousness through the conscious decision process. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is a sacred spiritual science. It is not bunch of do's and don'ts. No. Please understand, it is the revelations of sacred truths, cosmic truths, powerful cognition. It is still alive, that science is available, time-tested, foolproof. This science of living enlightenment is the complete solution for all the problems individual or society or modern day humanity is facing. Then you will understand all the problems of the modern day humanity. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is solution. Whether the terrorism or climate change, natural calamities or man-made calamities, for all the problems humanity is facing, the only solution is science of living enlightenment, revealed by Paramashiva from the Vedagamas in the modern day through this body. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution and setting model communities. Understand? Kailasa is reviving the ancient Hindu enlightened civilization. Paramashiva manifested this Kailasa Mandala, the enlightenment ecosystem and the lifestyle. I am going to revive this whole enlightenment ecosystem, Kailasa, by creating a model Kailasas all over the world. I will work sincerely and revive this spiritual science, which is the core for enlightenment ecosystem, making you all manifest the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva, and making all of us manifest Paramashiva.
In a world ravaged by war, ecological destruction, hatred and division, Kailasa stands as a bold vision of human potential, coexistence, organic living, and alignment with nature. Over the past 50 years, the world has seen the creation of dozens of new countries, and so if anything, it would be odd not to see a new country formed in the 21st century. Without the protection of political legitimacy, there is an imminent danger that the great tenets, scriptures, and science of creating an enlightened civilization, which spanned 56 states, 200 kingdoms, 1700 samsthanas, and 10,000 sampradayas, will be forever lost to humanity. The Hindu diaspora are highly successful around the world. They formed the dispossessed diaspora who has been driven to other countries because they are unable to practice their religion authentically in their own country. They have flourished in countries where they have been allowed to settle with religious freedom. For example, in the United States, Hindus are the most educated and highest earning community, with 77% of them holding a bachelor's degree and 48% having an income of $100,000 or more. Although they are only 1% of the population, Hindus have launched 13.5% of the startups in the USA. They hold leadership, technical and creative positions in companies such as Microsoft, Google, Facebook, etc. This success has been repeated around the world, in the UK, Canada, Australia, etc. James Kirkup, in his 2015 Telegraph article says, British Indians are not just the most successful immigrant group in this country's recent history, but the most successful group of people, full stop. He continues, more extraordinary than the rise in numbers is how it has taken place so harmoniously and profitably for this country and those in it. British Indians, quite simply, are among the most industrious, accomplished and credible amongst us. The best of British, if you like. The same article says that British Hindus are barely 2% of the population, but 12% of all the doctors. Australia and Canada have understood the ingredients of fast economic growth of the country and are doing everything to attract the educated, rich Hindu community. Hindus are the fastest growing migrant population in Australia. In 2017, 200% more Hindus have received invitation for Canadian Permanent Residency Program. Even now, the Hindu diaspora worldwide are the richest. No divorce, have no cases of drugs and substance abuse, lowest mental disorder, no depression. Hinduism is the only religion which neither converts nor kills. Absolutely non-violent, the elite sect of mankind. Because the Hindu diaspora worldwide and the Supreme Pontiff are successful in spreading their spiritual Hindu message of openness and inclusiveness against the forces of hatred and exclusivity, they have become the victims of relentless attacks by multi-armed apparatus of state power. Anti-Hindu forces, extremist caste, supremacist militant organization want a one ideology, Hinduism, under their exclusive domain. What they cannot digest into themselves, they systematically delegitimize and exterminate. Lawfare, assassination attempts, character assassination of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Attempted assassination and assassinated Kailasians. Sexual assaults and rape of female monks of Kailasa. Objectification. Character assassination. State-funded child abuse and sexual abuse on the children of Kailasa.
Then I told I don't want to see a picture. Then I told I don't want to see a picture. Then they showed me a picture.
State-operated embezzlement of funds, properties and assets donated by the Hindu diaspora worldwide for the purpose of the revival of Kailasa. since 1994 up to until now. Building a nation is not a project accomplished overnight or by virtue of hope. Kailasa is the manifestation of 26 years of sincere hard work, sacrifices, integrity of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and the Hindu diaspora worldwide for the past 26 years for the enlightenment of humanity.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself.
Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nityanandam, we offer our humble obeisance, our humble pranam at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. We welcome all the viewers across the world. For those of you tuning in for the first time to Kailasa's Nithyananda TV, welcome to the official TV channel for Sri Kailasa, the only and greatest Hindu nation in the world. His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam is the reviver of Sri Kailasa, the ancient enlightened civilization and the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. His Divine Holiness is an avatar from and is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. His Divine Holiness has made science of power manifestation, yoga, temple-based universities for humanity, sovereign order of Sri Kailasa led by His Divine Holiness and Nithyananda order of monks, nuns and Hindu diaspora are working for global peace and to give the superconscious breakthrough to humanity. Nithyananda Hindu University, which is the world's largest with extended campuses in 150 countries, is collecting, organizing, preserving, time capsuling, decoding, spreading, and reviving 20 million source books of Hinduism and the 64 sacred arts and sciences like Ayurveda, music, dance, sculpting, astrology, Vastu. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Shyamala Pita Sarvajna Peetham, ancient apex body of Hinduism, and the present emperor of Suryavamsha Surangi Samrajyam. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has survived the worst persecution of many assassination attempts on person and character by anti-Hindu elements. To explore more videos, you can visit Kailasa's Nithyananda YouTube channel. To spread this message of Sri Kailasa, share this Satsang live feed. Let us enrich and enrich. So today we are discussing about why Kailasa. So what is that? The Hindu country, the only Hindu nation is out there to contribute. And what are all the ways we have to keep the Hindu nation up and alive? So we have Manitya Sadashiva Priyananda as a panelist today, who will be giving the deeper insights about why Kailasa and why the Guru Parampara has to be protected. So, without any further delay, let us get into a short presentation about why Kailasa and why we have to save the Guru Parampara. So, before getting into the discussion, let us all take few seconds, few minutes, and share this live in all the possible platforms. If you are watching on Facebook, YouTube, and any other social media platforms, please share this message to the whole world and participate in this discussion through the messages. When you write the messages under the Facebook comment section, we will be taking your comment, we will be reading your comment and take you as a part of this discussion. So,
Yes, ma'am. Today, as we are discussing the most important reason why we are understanding why we ourselves should protect Kailasa in order to protect the Guru Parampara. It is one of the most essential, most fundamental ways of the most fundamental aspects of the whole of why Kailasa itself, and of course, what Swamiji is doing through Kailasa. It is one of the ways, it is one of the most crucial aspects of why Swamiji is reviving Kailasa, the great enlightened civilization. Until today, if we are enjoying Hinduism, if we are enjoying our festivals in any aspect, whether it is the joint family system of Sanatana Hindu Dharma or the continuous celebrations throughout the whole year, or the aspect of deity worship, or the Hindu cooking and the Hindu food, whether it is that or any aspect of Sanatana Hindu Dharma that we are enjoying, whether or not we are Hindu ourselves. In fact, even if you are a yoga practitioner across the world, we have only one thing to thank ultimately. We have one reason behind why we are able to enjoy that today, and that is the Guru Shishya Parampara. Because our ancestors, from the Adi Guru, Paramashiva himself, have brought down this amazing culture, heritage, and the scriptures and the science of enlightenment in the scriptures, and they have literally fought with their lives and sacrificed their entire lives, dedicated their lives to the protection of this grand heritage. Because of that, we are able to enjoy the world today. And as it is told, as Swamiji himself has explained, the whole world, across the world, there are so many different streams of violence that we have seen in the last 1 year, with so much, so blatantly we have seen the violence which is happening across the world in the form of social turmoil, in the form of political disturbances and corruption, or in the form of the the different votes, or the different corruption that is happening in the voting systems in the so-called democratic countries, or the social turmoil that is happening in the form of riots, or if we can see the extreme failure of the health institution just in the last year, where so many millions of people across the world have been affected, even if it could have been prevented, um, have been affected by the coronavirus. If we're seeing the amount of destruction that has happened, the amount of violence that has happened, and even in the form of global warming, how the whole world has seen it going up until the extreme. The one force which has continuously, for the thousands of years, from the very source of human existence on planet Earth, from Paramashiva himself, from that time, the one source which has been continuously pioneering and standing for peaceful solutions in the world, bringing back, cutting down the violence entirely, bringing back us to the foundation of peaceful existence. The one source is Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And we can say that it is due to the incarnations who have um, continuously brought forth and revived, protected the Sanatana Hindu Dharma and its tradition and heritage. Only because of that, Only because of that, the whole world is protected today. So His Divine Holiness himself has explained how, because of the Paramahamsas who have descended on planet Earth time and time again and taken up, done the utmost sacrifice to assume the human body and lead one and all towards a superconscious breakthrough, whether it be the great incarnations, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi, Swami Vivekananda, or the incarnations and great enlightened beings of the modern day, Osho or Aurobindo, um, or Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, all of these great incarnations and enlightened beings are all had all been working towards the ultimate global peace and ensuring that the world is protected from the growing violent forces and terrorist forces that have been literally conquering and taking over in so many different ways. It is due to Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the Guru Parampara lineage, that our world is protected today. In fact, if we see the amount of work that the United Nations has done for global peace since 1945, since its inception, we can say that Sanatana Hindu Dharma and the Guru Parampara really lineage continuously producing strong legendary forces in order to pioneer the global movement towards superconscious breakthrough, and of course now through the superconscious breakthrough, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is finally realizing as the as what all of these incarnations have worked for, yearned for, and mandated. Now we can say that Sanatana Hindu Dharma has done more towards global peace and is responsible for the global peace across the world, protecting the world and forging a world based out of a conflict-free life and life without any suffering, without any fear or greed. The Guru Parampara lineage has continuously protected the world from the destruction and violent forces which have gone continuously and have since been growing. Now we can see that in the face of these growing terrorist forces and these extremely negative based forces around the world, we need to the from that from being completely demolished until now, of course, due to the Guru Parampara, we have been able to protect it. But we really, really, really need a nation, a civilization to be revived where the Hindus are protected and the science of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, what Sanatana Hindu Dharma has contributed to the world, is protected for the whole world and able to continue to serve the world. So that is ultimately why, in a global scheme, in a global context, we have to protect the Guru Parampara lineage. And as the embodiment of Paramashiva himself, we must protect, we must have a nation where we establish its own sovereignty and we are able to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the cosmic constitution, and have it be revived as a lifestyle. That is what Swamiji has been single-handedly working on since the last 26 years. And as of yesterday, we have successfully seen 43 years and been blessed to be a part of this grand Leela of Paramashiva's happening on planet Earth. And now we are in day one of the 44th year. If you would like to become a part of this grand revival of Kailasa, I invite you to sign up as an e-Kailasian. You can get your e-passport at join.kailasa.org and sign up so that you can be so that the so many e-services and digital nation that Swamiji has made is available for you with one click or and one swipe away. You can have all of this available and start working towards your superconscious breakthrough, towards what you want to manifest into your reality. It is a beautiful journey which I myself cannot stop talking about, cannot if I start if I cannot stop sharing and overflowing with that ultimate bliss of knowing that I have been blessed to be a part of this grand revival of Kailasa. If you are wanting to be a part and you want to explore more, even, you can go to join.kailasa.org and sign up for your e-passport right now. I invite all of the viewers once again, let's share this satsang and let us get ready for Nithyananda Satsang. Tomorrow on June 9th, we'll be blessed to have the opportunity to have the divine darshan of Bhagavan as Sri Krishna and Sri Venkateshwara Swami. This extremely beautiful process called the Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a way that Swamiji, embodiment of cosmos itself, has made available your Ishtha Devata, and he makes it available. He literally embodies that energy in order for us to connect and realize our ultimate higher reality just through that beautiful, extremely overwhelming and blissful darshan. Tomorrow we'll be enjoying the Vaikuntha darshan, which is going to be happening January 9th, and you can sign up for it and tune in for the darshan and ensure that you take this opportunity now to have the Vaikuntha darshan and be graced with the ultimate vision of the embodiment of the cosmos itself, Paramashiva himself, as Krishna and Sri Venkateshwara Swami. It is such a beautiful, significant darshan where Swamiji is expressing the energy of the most ultimate compassion, the most ultimate wealth, and the best incarnation which has happened on planet Earth, of course, other than the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, as Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And there's so many people across the world who are so sincerely devoted to Sri Krishna, wherever they are. Now you can connect to the living incarnation as Bhagavan Sri Krishna himself, as the incarnation for the modern day, and understand Sri Krishna, being able to apply what he taught thousands of years ago into your life today through connecting to Swamiji as Sri Krishna. Through what we know as what we have been gifted from Paramashiva himself as the Bhagavad Gita, we are able to understand in a much more authentic, more extremely beautiful way how Krishna, Sri Krishna, Bhagavan Sri Krishna had meant, and how to apply that, his great teachings from thousands of years ago, which he gave in the midst of the battlefield, how to apply that in our day-to-day battles that we are going through and the war that we are waging against the negative forces in our life. I invite everyone who wants to connect and prepare for the darshan of Sri Krishna tomorrow. We can download the Bhagavad Gita, which is commented and revealed, the divine revelations from the Bhagavad Gita by Swamiji at kailasa.org/Bhagavad Gita. And you can start preparing for the ultimate darshan of Bhagavan Sri Krishna through the body of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It is obviously one of the most cherished darshans for all of us across Sri Kailasa, And for so many of us, through this darshan, we get we get that ultimate fulfillment of living and imbibing the nature and grace and beauty and so much of intelligent revelations that Bhagavan Sri Krishna would have given if we are living with him. So, of course, you can go ahead and sign up, and all of you should know and prepare yourselves for the darshan, the Vaikunta darshan, which Swamiji is gracing us all and blessing us all with. It is truly the most important and most significant gift that we can get. And I myself can say that I'm so excited to be able to witness and be able to look forward, just simply looking forward to that darshan tomorrow, where Swamiji will be gracing as the divine beings from Vaikunta, Sri Bhagavan Sri Krishna and Venkateshwara Swami. So go ahead and sign up now for the Vaikunta Darshan and ensure that you are prepared. You are having all of the necessary requirements in order to enjoy the darshan tomorrow. With this, let us now understand more and more about what we had planned, what we had prepared for today in the whole presentation on why Kailasa. I invite all the viewers. You can comment down below and on your views at any time during this whole presentation. And you can understand for yourself more and more about why Kailasa through this Jivartha Sadas, which we're going to have now. So today we are going to understand why do we need to protect the Guru Parampara from a scientific perspective. One of the things that I want to share here, one of the most amazing breakthrough contributions that Swamiji has made for the whole world is literally doing the sacrifice of being under the scientific needle and undergoing this scientific scrutiny in order to show the world in our own understanding, with our logical understanding, in our language, how he is literally radiating the super consciousness. This very contribution is enough for anyone who understands the immense potential that just the super consciousness being embodied in the human form. If anyone understands this, you will immediately understand why we need to protect it, why we need Kailasa. Upon the happening of His Divine Holiness on the planet Earth, the divine mechanisms were put in place to ensure that his body was protected at all costs. As the body of the super consciousness of Paramashiva himself developed and attained the physiological maturity, the enlightenment ecosystem of Tiruvannamalai, his birth town in South India, and a group of enlightened beings who served as his gurus, who coronated him when he was the age of 16 years old, ensured that his body was preserved, protected, and prepared to radiate the superconscious energy for a long time, for transitioning humans into superconscious realms of existence. By 2007, with millions whose lives had been transformed through him, the exponential growth rate of His Divine Holiness became a threat to corrupt officials and institutional power. His growth was alarming to them, to say the least, and it meant that he would soon liberate millions from the clutches of the mundane socio-political power centers. For thousands of years, Hindu incarnations have been brutally targeted by terrorist anti-Hindu groups. They targeted even Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, Paramahamsa Yogananda, Osho, Swami Muktananda, and Swami Prabhupada, to name a few. The body of His Divine Holiness himself was subject to brazen attacks. Armed mobs waited for him outside every building in 2010 during one of the most brutal attacks against him and the Nithyananda Sangha. Acid bombs were literally hurled at him in public, and he was abducted and held in illegal confinement so that these terrorists could subject him to lethal poisons.
Millions of devotees around the world were devastated as the terrorists tried to eliminate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism through ruthless persecution of all forms. Over 14,000 hours of hate speech broadcasted by corrupt media channels, lawfare, and arbitrary arrest, outright destruction of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's residence and monasteries. Currently, there is no legal or constitutional protection for Hindu incarnations who contribute uncompromisingly to the entire humanity. Therefore, there is no deterrent to hurting or killing them. This emboldens the anti Hindu demonic forces to continue their vicious pursuit, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was compelled to withdraw from public society officially on June 6, 2018. In the sacred Hindu source scriptures called the Shiva Sutra, in chapter 3rd, Sutra 25 and 26, Paramashiva explains how his incarnation avatar is to live in the divine body. The verse goes in the translation, he who becomes just like Shiva, his virtuous behaviors is the maintenance of his body. In the sacred Hindu source scriptures called the Shiva Sutra, in chapter 3rd, Sutra 25 and 26, Paramashiva explains how his incarnation avatar is to live in the divine body. So, the physiology of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has astonished humans and the scientific community with its insurmountable tendency and unassailable persistence, despite being the most fragile material in existence, protecting the body of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to deliver the superconscious breakthrough to humanity is the purpose of Kailasa. Kailasa is a nation which is established with the cosmic law as the country law, where the body of Paramashiva would be protected, maintained, and served with utmost reverence and worship. The global scientific community had its first opportunity to glimpse inside the making of an avatar in 2004. A team of scientists and researchers led by Dr. Murali Krishna, president of Integris Mental Health in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, USA, requested to study the brain activity of His Divine Holiness. The team was about to witness a never before seen phenomenon that could shake the foundation of modern day science itself. So, His Divine Holiness has complete control over his brain waves. The QEEG test shows that He could seamlessly shift his brain function and alter his brain waves like a talented pianist playing the scales. This is an impossible feat by any human brain. Experiments in experiments in June 2005, Dr. John Acosta, associates from South Health Designs, Wichita, KS, USA, also showed that His Divine Holiness could seamlessly transition between states of consciousness. So, what Dr. Murli Krishna found in the frontal lobe of the brain is the rough equivalent of the third eye. His Divine Holiness revealed that the third eye is the intra organ and seat of cosmic intelligence. A year later, in 2005, Dr. William, a leading researcher and a practicing neurofeedback specialist in St. Louis, USA, conducted experiments on the brain of His Divine Holiness while he was performing healing.
A year later, in 2005, Dr. William Collins, a leading researcher and practicing neurofeedback specialist in St. Louis, USA, conducted experiments on the brain of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism while he was performing healing. And these are some of the pictures from the experiments that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had underwent and had gone through, just so that we can understand what his whole body is expressing, and literally how his body is expressing the superconscious energy, the energy of Paramashiva himself. The patient who Swamiji was healing at that time was a paraplegic for 10 years. Right off the bat, what we saw, what the researchers had saw, was that the brain metabolism recorded energy consumption, which is 1/20th of the normal human brain. This meant that the brain could process more, communicate more, and command more with less energy resource. That meant that the potential of the brain of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was so much more, 20 times more than the normal human brain. And you can see here the pictures where Swamiji is so I'd like to just do a recap now of what we have gone through, what we have discussed so far. Understand that when the global scientific community had done experiments on His Divine Holiness and had the opportunity to glimpse inside the brain of a super conscious mutant, and literally Paramashiva himself, they were literally dove in to a world of its own, of the power of super consciousness, and how it operates is mapped onto the human body. And of course, what they saw is something which is just a small glimpse, just a window into the reality as it is, how Paramashiva is operating through the body of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It is literally mind-blowing. It's literally something that is breakthrough research, and every single researcher, scientific researcher who has had the blessed opportunity of witnessing and conducting, having undergoing the scientific scrutiny of the expression of superconsciousness through the body of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has attested to the fact that the that these experiments are true, and that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is literally radiating a higher energy, a and he is doing something which is completely unheard of, unseen in normal human beings. This is an extremely important thing that we have to understand for ourselves. As I was saying, the brain of the the super conscious brain was at least 20 times more potential, had 20 times more potential in how much it can do, literally how much it can cognize, how much it can communicate, how much it can process, and it can do more with less energy resource. And if you are a productive being, you want to contribute to the world, and then you will understand how valuable that is. And if you understand just basic math, you'll know that 20 times more, especially when we're talking about the human brain, is a hell of a lot more in potential of the brain capacity. As we're seeing the pictures here, this is Swamiji on the 15th of April 2005, where he is conducting healing on a patient who has been a paraplegic, means he's not been able to move, and has been completely bedridden for 10 years since 2005 at this time. And Swamiji was conducting healing on this patient, as you can see, where he was literally just radiating that healing energy. And what the researchers were able to find is the secret to the best, most coveted secret of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and what literally lies as the biggest, most ultimate potential for the whole of humanity itself. What they saw is that when the brain of the when the experiments were conducted, the brain of the patient who was undergoing the healing, who Swamiji was projecting all the healing energy towards, and literally just radiating that healing energy, his brain, the patient's brain, started to mirror the energy and the higher frequencies of the brain of Swamiji. This is a phenomenal, extremely important piece of evidence that we have here, and we have literally that evidence. Another experiment conducted on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the blood volume pulse by Dr. Juan Acosta in 2005, which would show a very similar uh, um, experiment. A heightened ability to cognize sensory input without too much of impact on the BVP. BVP is a blood volume pulse. That means that that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism scientifically is able to cognize more without raising or impacting the blood volume pulse. Our our blood vessels naturally constrict and contract when we are doing our day-to-day works. If you are a high blood pressure patient, just doing your day-to-day works you'll have a high blood volume pulse, where you're not able to um, sustain what the actions that you are doing, and you'll get tired quickly, and you'll not your whole body will be affected by your surroundings. Your blood vessels will not be able to execute their actions just because of the high blood pressure that they have and the high blood volume pulse that they have. And that but having a low BVP, and showing that consistently you have a low BVP shows that no matter what stress level you are undergoing, it will never affect your biology. It will never affect you and your whole body. This is something unique that Dr. Honokostov found. When His Divine Holiness had entered Samadhi, higher frequency waves increased and lower frequency waves decreased in the brain of His Divine Holiness. Such high frequencies are generally only produced on rare occasions when we feel a sudden revelation, like the aha moment. The aha moment would be when we have a sudden revelation, when we have sudden bliss, or when we're literally just realizing that is the high frequency waves that are literally continuously being radiated when Swamiji is in Samadhi. His Divine Holiness explained subsequently to Dr. Collins himself that during healing, the oneness between him, the cosmos, and the patient manifested such. Even after several years, the brain researchers have barely scratched the surface of the immense expression of superconsciousness from His Divine Holiness. Only one thing is clear. The brain activity of His Divine Holiness left the scientific community dumbfounded and brimming with questions for the world of possibility, and opened up in the field of healing body, mind, and consciousness. In Hinduism, the superconscious quality of going beyond gender is embodied in the form of the Hindu god Ardhanarishwara, the form of Paramashiva and Parashakti, the divine feminine consciousness together, expressing in one body. Another quality of the avatars described in the Linga Purana, the quality of Susadha, which translates as the one who helps calmly bear pain. Perhaps one of the best examples to demonstrate this is when Swamiji had the multiple compound fracture, and he incurred this fracture on the 14th of June 2011. Swamiji had demonstrated that literally he was undergoing a extremely brutal fracture on his arm, yet he was not experiencing any symptoms of pain. In September of 2014, His Divine Holiness had underwent a endocrine status test showing that the testosterone level of His Divine Holiness is equivalent to that of a 6-year-old. The reason for such low levels in his body while still maintaining regular other bodily functions defies the scientific community. And in Hinduism, the superconscious quality of going beyond the gender, as we had said, is embodied in the form the Hindu god Ardhanarishwara. And of course, we all revere Swamiji. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is literally that embodiment of Parashakti and Paramashiva together. And we can see scientifically he is expressing that power and expressing that superconscious quality. Yes, we can take a moment and we can play the video which is there. So just to recap from what we have presented so far, whether in the quality of his brain capacity, the way that he is having higher frequency brain waves, or in the impact of the natural surroundings on his blood volume pulse, on the blood vessels of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, or the his endocrine status, meaning the hormone levels, or in the way that he is literally radiating that divine quality of not having any pain. In all four of these ways, Swamiji has demonstrated scientifically with proof how how literally the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is embodying Paramashiva, literally scientifically down to the most logical base, down to the with the most logical foundation that there is, that we have provided by humanity and by the scientific community. And in every single way, the Paramashiva, through radiating through the body of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has literally blown away the minds and blown away the scientific community. If you say any doctor or any researcher who has had the opportunity has always come back saying, I don't know how this is happening. This is a phenomenon. This is a breakthrough in the scientific community. This is something I've never seen before. That's what every single researcher has been saying since the time that Swamiji had started making his body available to scientific experiments and allowing the scientific community to have a glimpse inside what is truly happening, what it really means to embody Paramashiva, embody the super consciousness. It is really an important thing that we have to understand. And if you have any questions about this, you can always comment down below about what exactly these scientific experiments which Swamiji has done, and he has made available this scientific research to the whole world, and why ultimately that is the best, that means the best for each and every one of us. If you're asking, okay, that is great, then Swamiji is like that, then what does that have to do with me? What does that have to do with my existence in life? Understand that it is also scientifically proven through these very experiments that our brain can literally mirror and evolve to hold the superconscious energy and to radiate at the same frequency, or at least while the initiation is going on, the healing is going on, to mirror the activity of Swamiji's brain. And that has been shown scientifically how that is happening. It is really a phenomenon that is shown through a phenomenon called the mirror neurons. When we understand this, we really understand why just Paramashiva embodying into the human form is a extremely phenomenal concept, and it is really happening through, and it's been shown through this scientific evidence. And not only that, we are now understanding that just through the body of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, it holds the deepest, most powerful, best potential for humankind that all of us can truly transform and benefit from. It is absolutely mandatory that we protect this incarnation, and we protect what the principle which he is embodying through the revival of Kailasa. So now we can see the video where Swamiji is demonstrating. I would like to introduce this video just before playing it. Now, in 14th of June 2011, Swamiji had underwent a extremely one of the most extremely painful, I can say, one of the extremely painful forms of a fracture which can happen to a human being. There are various types of fractures which can happen to you. Some of them is just an airline fracture where it's just a crack in the bone, or some of them is where the bone comes out of the body, or some is where the entire bone is completely broken Now, what Swamiji had undergone on this day is a multi-compound fracture, and after that, immediately, without any sign, any fall from grace, which normally human beings will have if they go through a extremely brutal kind of fracture like this, Swamiji literally decided at that moment, just he said, okay, I think I've had a fracture. I think we have to go to the hospital. It was one of the most graceful moments of that he has expressed and shown to the whole world that really inside of him there's absolutely no reaction of pain. If you can even imagine a human being who can go through a multi-compound fracture and not experience or express any signs of pain, that is literally what happened. And the following footage that we're about to see is the footage from immediately after the fracture, where Swamiji is just sitting and casually talking to some of the devotees who are attending to him, and just still smiling, still gracefully attending to his whole life, and gracefully attending to everybody. Thus, we can see that literally he has shown and proven that he is completely beyond pain, and not even having the cognition of pain, not even having the physical reactions to pain. So now we can just watch that video and see for ourselves how just minutes after a compound fracture, incurring a compound fracture in his arm, he is not even expressing one iota of pain.
No, they are waiting there. Why don't you put a scale or a rule?
Yeah, so something to hold. Want to get hold, just continue to record it.
So as you can see, this is just minutes after the compound fracture which Swamiji has incurred. The doctors around him, living around him, are trying to attend to him, and yet he is himself guiding and aiding the devotees and telling them to sit down, to calm down, but he himself is not going through any reaction of the whole thing. He himself is still smiling and still gracefully attending the whole thing. This brief footage I just wanted to show is available in the Nithyananda Truth channel if you want to see the full footage. It is proof showing to the whole of humanity that even incurring the most brutal physical pain, of course, so much of attacks, brutal attacks, and poison attempts have happened against Swamiji, and him being alive today, gracing humanity and attending and continuously day in and day out, making himself available today, is such a blessing for the whole of humanity, and shows that despite any attack, pain, or anything that has happened against him, still the power of superconsciousness is radiating from him. It's not even still, it is shown, it is just a beautiful lila, an expression which is happening, which for us shows as evidence that there's no way that he can be even fathomed in one thought of ours as a human being or as a normal human being. Why we should understand this, why it is so important to understand these different qualities that Swamiji himself is expressing as an avatar, as a superconscious mutant, a superconscious being. Why is it so important? Because ultimately, he is embodying a principle and the ultimate potential for humankind. That is the ultimate lesson that we can take away from understanding the different superconscious qualities of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, how he is a divine incarnation in the human body and relating to us from literally a different frequency. If you have had the opportunity, the blessed opportunity to live around Swamiji, imbibe his grace, and see literally the way that he interacts and the way that he strategizes for the whole he blesses and his most ultimate compassionate being. If you have had the opportunity to see that in your own eyes, you can ultimately know by your own experience itself that he is Paramashiva. And through the experience of the transformation of millions of peoples across the world, he has shown that he is embodying that ultimate potential of the whole humanity, that what he is embodying, what we ultimately can achieve. And he is that higher reality for ourselves. That is why we should understand, and ultimately we should understand the need for the protection of the avatar, the need to build Kailasa around him and ensure that that potential for the whole of humanity is protected, and so that we can continue to serve him with the most reverence and worship. It is not a it is not at all a selfish deed, but in fact, protecting the body of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the most selfless act that he has done in his entire existence, ensuring that he is available, made available to humankind, and can be available for more time for each and every one of us. That is the most graceful, compassionate decision that he has made for each and every one of us, and the most selfless decision that he has made. Of course, he can live with all of his luxuries, with what he has built, the entire city which he has built in Adi Kailash. But in order to protect himself and ensure that he is available for those who love him and those who worship him, he has ultimately revived this whole nation of Kailasa. And each and every one of us, if we understand that he is embodying that ultimate potential, then it is so simple to understand why we need Kailasa, why we need a nation to protect the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the principle which he is embodying. Kailasa is the way that he is reviving and protecting the Guru Parampara. And as the embodiment of Adi Guru Paramashiva himself, he is ensuring that he is continuously made and can be available to continue to serve humanity. Yes, we can go on with the next slides. To conclude, there has been more than sufficient evidence to show that the body of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is scientifically beyond human and what we know as human. And these results show that the prospect of the avatar's body is not just increased intelligence, efficiency, and some totally extremely cool powers. These results show that within the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his body lies the potential for huge possibility for humankind to awaken superconsciousness and have the superconscious breakthrough. We, each and every one of us, should understand the need for Kailasa when it comes to protecting this ultimate potential for humankind. once again inviting all of the viewers, if you want to now, to if you can comment down below on with your comments, your questions, or any concerns or suggestions which you may have after understanding this topic, and participate in the Jivartha Sadas for today, as we are discussing why Kailasa.
Thank you, Manitya Sadashiva Priyananda, for a very beautiful presentation. Why we need to protect the Guru Parampara, what the superconsciousness make, can bring the human beings, what potential the human beings can be. So we have few devotees on the Facebook who's commenting saying, Kailasa Mithila Tatpurusha Shiva Shakti says, by his grace and blessings, I had the same experience of no pain when my foot was fractured when I was in Adi Kailasha Bidvi. Yes, ma'am, with his grace, really, the way Swamiji heals, the way Swamiji takes care of us and take us to give us the superconscious breakthrough in our day-to-day life itself, we know we can live that superconscious life. So um, as a simple reminder, I would like to bring it to um, all our devotees that we have an amazing program coming up on Shivratri, which is the superconscious breakthrough. This program, Swamiji himself is going to conduct and give the superconscious breakthrough to all of us. So, without any further delay, you can register yourself. And Kailasa's Midula Tatpurusha Shivashakti also expresses her gratitude, saying, Koti Pranam Bhagavan, gratitude for happening in planet Earth and my life. Yes, there are so many lives where Swamiji himself personally taking care of all of us. So, Sharmi Patel says, Swamiji is Paramashiva in human form. Yes, Swamiji is Paramashiva himself landed. Swamiji is the 1008th avatar of Paramashiva himself. So it's so nice where a lot of devotees participating in this Jivartha Sadas and acknowledging to the presentation which Manitya Sadashiva Priyananda has given to us. So this is why when the Guru Parampara has been protected, when the Guru Parampara has been protected, what gurus can do to us is giving the superconscious breakthrough to all the humanity. This is why actually our this is why each one of us responsibility is to protect the Guru Parampara.
So now I'd like to show a brief video that we have, um, where we where Swamiji himself is explaining the power of quantum entanglement. Now, when we say that he is the ultimate potential, literally the super consciousness radiating through Swamiji's body is the ultimate potential for the whole of humankind. This comes to reality through a process called quantum entanglement. And it has been shown through several scientific researches in what Swamiji has been insisting for the last 26 years. So now I'd like to show that video, a brief video, where it explains how just protecting that initiation that happens from guru to disciple will ultimately create the transformation, the superconscious breakthrough for the whole of humanity. So let's watch that video now. Thank you.
In quantum physics, there is a term entanglement. Means, when one energy source entangles with another, they interfere with each other. This interference can be highly positive and transformative and harmonious. Entanglement directly affects human beings. When you come in my breathing space, this is what happens. Your mind gets entangled with my no mind. If you have some 200 pendulum clocks put on one wall, the wall can be any length. It does not need to be within certain length. Put hundreds of pendulum clocks and start them all at different times. See, within next few minutes, all the pendulums will swing in synchronicity. Exactly this is what happens when you come in the breathing space of the healer. How I heal through healers? Because all my healers are pendulum clocks. Any other broken little altered pendulum clock, I add it in one wall. Both clocks start swinging synchronistically. Understand? That's all. Each one of my healer is my pendulum clock. If you are little broken, disturbed pendulum clock, if both are hung in one breathing space, your pendulum also starts vibrating, moving the same tune. And a living practicing healer, please understand, living practicing healer is continuously in entanglement with me. He may be wherever he is. A living practicing healer is continuously in entangled with me. This is what I call physiology of feeling connection. A practicing healer, the healer who lives whatever I am teaching, as long as he retains the feeling connection, the very physiology becomes different. Is the thoughts of a healer going to affect us? I say yes. That is why I am telling you, go to a person only who is thoughtless and beyond mind. Do not receive healing from ordinary Reiki healers, this healers, that healers. No. Receive only from enlightened being. And all my healers, during the moment of healing, because they are entangled with me, they represent me, and it is equivalent to you receiving healing directly from me. You don't need to worry at all, doubt at all about my healers. Understand? This is the physiology of feeling connection. When you have a feeling connection, your very physiology is different. And feeling connection has its own physiology. If somebody is swimming in the ocean, you stand and watch. whatever brain activity is happening in that person's brain, even if you are watching, the same activities are mirrored in your brain, meaning the same kind of electric and neurotic impulses are activated in your brain. Now you know why just by gazing into my eyes, you are in the space of completion. I am swimming in the ocean of consciousness in the space of completion.
Anandagandha Chakra, source of superconscious healing. The science maintained, not even in the hands of enlightened beings, in the hands of only incarnations. That's a source of superconscious healing. Understand? You have 7 major energy centers. About these 7 major energy centers, almost all religions talk. The 8th energy center, where all these 7 merge, become one with, is what is Anandagandha. That is why I say, it is not even a separate chakra, it is a space, source of superconscious energy, where the matter comes in direct contact with consciousness, where the consciousness is directly touching the matter. It is the highest happening which can happen to matter, not just physical healing or mental healing, radiating pure consciousness. Understand? The very DNA structure can be changed if your consciousness infiltrates the matter. Anandagandha Chakra is the door where consciousness can infiltrate matter, where it can fill you. The higher you move in your chakras, the more subtle you become. The subtlest possible chakra is Anandagandha Chakra, where you are no more ordinary human and just disappeared into the extraordinary superconsciousness.
I was very sick, my liver failed. Doctors left the hope. Then Swamiji cured me.
He healed me completely from the stage 3 of cancer, removing the root cause of the cancer.
He was able to heal my eyes and I was able to walk down the stage, regaining my vision on that very same moment.
By your very touch at that particular spot, the pain totally disappeared.
23 plus years of my diabetes completely gone. No medicines, nothing.
Thank you for that, Swamiji. You made it possible for her to be able to walk again.
I saw for the very first time in 10 years colors and vision through my right eye.
Immediately he said, I am there, don't worry. Before this 21 days, I will see that you will walk. And today you can see the miracle happening.
वाक्श्रोत्र नेत्रांघ्रिविहीन जन्तोः वाक्श्रोत्र नेत्रांघ्रिमुखप्रदाय कुष्ठादि सर्वोन्नतरोगहन्त्रे श्रीवैद्यनाथाय नमः शिवाय.
whatever you think as your strength, like how much cash you have, how much gold you have, how much money you have in the bank, what all properties you have, your secret passwords, passcodes, your strength secrets, you will tell only to your son or your daughter to whom you are going to give your inheritance. Same way, most important powerful secrets Paramashiva has given to his son Muruga, Subramanya, in Agama called Sarvajnanottaragama. All the powerful secrets the father will tell only to his son. It is too secret. I am going to open that Agama and give all the essence of all those secrets. Secrets of Charyapada lifestyle, secrets of Kriyapada, secrets of Yogapada, and secrets of Jnanapada. I am not only going to teach you, I am going to give you exactly what Paramashiva gave it to Subramanya. Because Paramashiva himself is manifesting through this being now, giving you all exactly what was given to Subramanya. Nothing is required from your side. Just sit like innocent Subramanya, Muruga at the feet of Paramashiva. I assure you, whatever was given to Subramanya, the whole life will be given to you now. Not just words, teachings, not even just experience, life itself. I am talking to each one of you sitting in your room. I will make you all Subramanya. What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. What I mean by the word Kailasa,
Listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa. What I mean by the word E-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem.
Can anybody speak confidently even if they're not born talented? Do you really think that the speakers and the great communicators, they're born talented? Hell no. Let me tell you.
Understand that he has been insisting on this for so many years before even the scientific community had caught up with the spiritual cognitions and the spiritual truths. He had been continuously speaking on it. And of course, Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been continuously emphasizing the importance of Diksha and initiation from time immemorial, from the time that Paramashiva himself revealed in the Kamikagama, the importance of Diksha, of initiation from the Guru. We have to understand for each and every one of us that this is the not only protecting Guru and protecting the cosmic ideas or the principles of Guru or anything like that, but also ultimately protecting the potential for humankind, humanity itself. And we each should cognize this so deeply and understand that he is literally embodying that potential of ourselves. He is literally embodying our higher reality. And through in this way, through the scientific experiments, he has now proven that and shown the evidence of that, whether it is the experiments on the superconscious powers and the superconscious expressions, qualities which he is radiating himself, or his disciples, or there's so many different experiments conducted on the inner awakening participants, or so many different participants who have seen the transformation, the superconscious breakthrough, and who have seen the cumulative efforts that have been done on them, which ultimately results in their transformation, their beautiful transformation and superconscious breakthrough. It goes from being able to anti-age, or being able to cure diabetes or cholesterol, and which are or high cholesterol, which is considered to be an acute illness which is not at all able to be cured. Diabetes and all these different illnesses which Swamiji has cured through the Nirahara Samyama for thousands of people, for literally thousands of people. He has literally eradicated these diseases that we are afflicted with continuously. High blood pressure, diabetes in every village, in every rural country. We see the entire population afflicted with so many of these chronic illnesses, which of course the health institutions will bind them towards the medicines, towards their side effects and the different pills that they need to take, and they'll literally bind them and make them and burden the population with this continuous notion that there's such a thing as chronic illness and can never be cured. But with a healthy, super conscious living lifestyle that Kailasa is bringing forth, is reviving, and Swamiji has literally brought forth, and he has helped so many thousands, millions of people across the world. The lifestyle, not having chronic illness and being pill free, literally being able to live beyond the constructs of your health limitations, that is the possibility that he has opened up for so many million people just through the power of initiation. I wanted to bring this to the notice to all of the viewers that the important thing is that that possibility of living conflict free, of living living free from disease, living without any fear, living without hunger, each and every one of these extremely basic ideas and ideals that are talked about in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Swamiji has made it into a reality through the lifestyle which he is reviving through Kailasa, ultimately which he himself is living and demonstrating to the whole community, to the whole world. What we can see, what we know and understand is that through the scientific experiments which he has made available for the whole world, he has literally shown how it is possible to become super consciousness, to literally embody and radiate super consciousness. That is what we should take away, that is what we should ultimately have and understand within ourselves. I invite each and every one of the viewers to comment down below if you have any questions about this, if you have any experiences. Actually, one of the experiences which was shared just before, understand it's not something that is a miracle that is beyond explanation. It cannot be defined, or it is not a coincidence, a once in a lifetime coincidence. It is a science. One of the commenters from Facebook had commented how, just like how Swamiji had expressed the power of no pain, and did not experience any pain when he had a multi-compound fracture on his arm, another Adinavasi had, at the time when she was living inside the Adinam, and she was just visiting the Adinam, she had incurred a fracture in her foot, and at that time she experienced having absolutely no pain, and she just like Swamiji was radiating that super consciousness and transcending the normal human limitations of pain. Understand that that is a science that Swamiji is reviving. Just that experience, just from the initiation, he is able to transmit those superconscious powers which he is living and experiencing and radiating to so many millions of people across the world. And we had some of the commenters have shown how they are having this same experience in their life. And not only this, we have seen how when the experiments were conducted on the Balasans, the Gurukul Balasans, similar experiences on how their brain is functioning, on what the frequency of their brain waves. We have seen how they have been radiating the same super conscious frequencies, the same high frequency and highly active brain and been able to radiate that super conscious expression just through the initiation which they have had from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. This is the science of incarnation. This is the science of descent and the Avatar Shastra. How the Avatar radiates the superconscious qualities, how he initiates that and makes that a possibility within so many people, and literally brings down incarnations and helps each and every one human beings transcend their human limitations and achieve superconscious breakthrough. This is a beautiful science and has been published and is known what Swamiji has brought to the world through the Avatara Shastra, how the science of descent happens. It is such a beautiful way where Swamiji has presented all of the scientific experiments conducted on him, conducted on the Gurukul Balasans, the initiated disciples who are radiating the superconscious capabilities, and how he is bringing so many people and having so many people have this super conscious breakthrough. So now I'd like to show a brief video to all of you where one of the researchers, Dr. Murali Krishna, has explained, and this video was taken in 2005 in a convention for presenting the experiments that were done on Swamiji. And that was one of the extremely phenomenal and breakthrough conventions where so many hundreds of the global scientific community had gathered in order to witness and in order to have this be presented to them. This place, during this convention, His Divine Holiness himself was present, and in order to show and answer any of the questions of the global scientific community which was gathered at this event. And during this event, Dr. Murali Krishna had presented to the global scientific community, so many scientific leaders and so many different people who had a say in the scientific world on how he had found this breakthrough research. I'd like to show the video where he is doing that presentation and some of his own words, which he has shown in the experiments which he had the opportunity to conduct on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and really bring to the world this science. It is a unique contribution because never before, we can say, never before to this level, with this detail, and with so much of precision, we have seen the glimpse inside the making of an avatar, the making of the embodiment of super consciousness of Paramashiva himself. So it is a really rare footage that we have to show, where the global scientific community is being presented on the scientific research conducted on the brain, the superconscious brain of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So let's watch that video right now, and I hope everyone should understand from this video why Kailasa is needed, when literally the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is embodying and showing the world the proof of that superconscious energy which is radiated inside of him, how it is so powerful and how it is literally embodying that potential inside of him for the entire humanity. Why should we have Kailasa? Why do we need a nation? It is literally told in these experiments which are conducted by these leading researchers in the field of neurology, and it is shown how Swamiji is literally embodying that principle, and there is no way we can counter, no way we can really have any kind of any other evidence against the fact that we should have Kailasa. So let's now watch that video and see for ourselves what Dr. Murali Krishna had presented in 2005 on the research conducted on the brain of Swamiji.
Nithyananda participates and encourages scientific researchers to derive evidences for meditation and healing through meditation. Dr. R. Murali Krishna, President, COO, Integris Mental Health and James L. Hall Jr., Center for Mind, Body and Spirit, Oklahoma in US, and his team invited Nithyananda to derive scientific evidences for meditation and the state of his enlightenment.
When Swamiji came, I have requested him to do one thing. I asked him, would you be willing to undergo some scientific investigation of the meditation process? He very cheerfully agreed without one complaint. He went for 3 repeat sessions for PET scanning and 3 repeat sessions for quantitative EEG sessions. And these are really not very easy tests to go through. It requires a lot of patience and a lot of willingness to do that. So we did that. Because if a meditation process is doing something to your brain, we should be able to detect that. Scientific findings are verifiable. They're replicable. You can replicate them, duplicate them. So Swamiji went through those sessions and we found some interesting findings.
In PET scan, they inject a radioactive dye which goes and sits in parts of the brain that are active. In the normal, non-meditative state, the brain is very active. And when we are seeing someone, the rear end of the brain, the visual cortex, is very active, as shown in the diagram.
Usually the brain is so active, there are 100 billion brain cells there. But what meditation does is something very interesting. It shows the frontal lobes getting more active. The frontal lobe is where you have judgment, wisdom, reasoning. Here are some of the brain scans I'm going to share with you. This is alert, non-meditative state. The second one is 30 minutes into 30 minutes meditation. Look at the frontal lobes, how they light up. They light it up big time. 60 minutes of deep meditation, and here is a deep, deep level of meditation where it lights up significantly right here. Right in the middle. Probably 1.5 inches, 2 inches deeper. What's interesting was, Swami was inside, and that's the last part of that one. See that light right here? So what's interesting was, I've never seen that before in my life. So the other parts I've seen may not be to the extent that Swamiji showed, but this is something interesting. There is something called dopamine, which is a chemical our brain is involved in. Dopamine is produced mostly in this area. And when you have any pleasurable feeling in your body, it is mediated through dopamine. It's a neuroreceptor. It's a chemical that transmits messages of pleasure. It basically evokes pleasure chemical. You eat the same thing is with visual pleasures you have. Beautiful people, beautiful sceneries, nature, whatever gives you pleasure. It's mediated through dopamine. Everything that human being experiences involves dopamine. But what's interesting is that you and I have the potential to create our own dopamine in a big way. So I named it, for lack of a word in the past, the D spot, which is the dopamine spot. If you can discover your D spot, you got it made in life. The D really stands for a divine spot. The D also stands for delight, and the dopamine spot. What's also interesting is that he could, at will, go in and out of those states. Those are some of the findings I want to share with you. There's so much more talk about physiology of mind and brain and the body. It's a fascinating field that this is something that all human beings can relate to, can apply in our own lives. Not only a sophisticated knowledge, but these things have application in daily life for all of us.
Nithyananda's system of free healing, known as Nithya Spiritual Healing, has been baffling the medical world, curing diseases from migraine to cancer. Qualified people are also initiated to become healers. The complete report of the research conducted on Nithyananda's neurological system can be found in the book Mystic Phenomena, Scientific Data.
understand now, Dr. Murali Krishna had presented to the global science community, which gave a breakthrough into neurological science and had shown the ultimate potential for humanity. This was, of course, extremely profound to all of the viewers, to everyone who had come at that point and had witnessed the presentation of the research. And this happened after a few months of research that had happened. And we all can understand from this the extremely beneficial potential that Swamiji is literally embodying. And why we need Kailasa is to ultimately protect and ensure that we are having that opportunity available to us. We are protecting the most coveted, the most important and significant beings on the planet Earth, as he is representing and he is literally embodying the cosmic consciousness. It's not just through the mirror neurons that our transformation takes place and the superconscious breakthrough takes place. And it is such a beautiful way, it's such a beautiful science of literally imbibing the presence and the grace and the ways of the Guru, and taking that as an initiation and starting to live that higher space of enlightenment. And it's not just something that is happening in this birth. It is not just something where you are only interacting with Guru in this birth. For thousands of births, for birth upon birth, we have been seeking the ultimate answer for our deepest prayers to be once again in union with the cosmic consciousness. We have been seeking the completion of our suffering inside, of being disconnected from that cosmic consciousness, and living around the Guru, imbibing from the Guru, the embodiment of super consciousness, Paramashiva himself, is the ultimate fulfillment to that deep yearning which we have had inside of us for so many years. It is really a beautiful, intimate science that Sanatana Hindu Dharma has protected and ensured that it is available to each and every one of us through the Guru Parampara. And that is why we really, really, really need to protect Kailasa, need to revive Kailasa in order to protect the Guru Parampara. Swamiji has beautifully explained the science of living around the Master, living around the Guru, how we have come birth across birth in order to ultimately realize that our ultimate potential, our highest reality, and how we have journeyed from across births in order to realize that highest potential, realize Paramashiva himself. In a video discourse and session which His Divine Holiness had conducted in 2009, he really breaks down this science for us about why we should live around the Master. What is the benefits of living around the Guru? I'd like to show that video next so that we understand what is the what is the significance of the Guru, the Master, and living around him, ensuring that his presence is available for the whole of humanity. What is the ultimate understandings behind it, the powerful cognitions behind it? In this video, Swamiji is literally, he's taking a few topics, and you'll see in the first thing, he is reading out the topic, which is living around the Master, which he is going to unravel the great truths and powerful cognitions about. So living around the Master was the topic for this session, and he had revealed all of the great truths about this about why we should live around the master, why it is so important in the seeker, for any spiritual seeker. So I'd like to show that video, just a brief part of that video. And if you'd like to see the whole discourse where Swamiji explains why we should live around the master, why we should live around the guru, you can go to YouTube and the video will be available. It is called Living Around the Master. Understand that it is a real beautiful science that Sanatana Hindu Dharma has protected, and the ancient rishis have done the experiments, have done the research and development in order to develop this science and make it available for humanity. The science of living enlightenment, which Swamiji is reviving, is extremely important, is one of the most powerful sciences, one of the most powerful lifestyles that all of us should imbibe from, and will ultimately enable our superconscious breakthrough. Whether you are a person who is looking for food, just the basic survival needs, and paying for food with food stamps, or you are looking for the ultimate luxury of the Kundalini awakening or the superconscious breakthrough, the science of living enlightenment is your answer to having that breakthrough in your life. And it is the way that humanity should evolve and forge a new world. And ultimately, the Guru Parampara, living around the Guru, the initiation from the Guru, is the way that we can be initiated into the science of living enlightenment and start living that process, living that wherever we are. And that is why we need Kailasa, so that this science is protected on planet Earth in the most happiest, blissful way possible to human beings. And that is ultimately what Swamiji is doing through the revival of Kailasa. In this video, we'll be able to understand why Swamiji is continuously talking on living around the Guru, why it's so important. And he's literally taking us step by step into the process of what happens when you're living around the Guru and you're having the initiation from the Guru. So let's watch that video right now.
I don't know whether the subject will be very interesting for you guys or not. Living around the master. Oh God. Living around the master, catching the master, missing the master, abusing the master. 3 different dimensions. Just this basic 2-3 truths. 1, all scriptures, all literature, all method of teachings can only inspire you, cannot give experience. Understand? It's the first law. All books, all DVDs, when I say all, capital letter ALL, including mine, books, cassettes, DVDs, everything can only create inspiration in you, but cannot give experience. Experience can be transmitted. It's like, you see, experience is like a lamp. Only from a burning lamp light you can pick up, catch. Only from a lamp you can light a lamp. Only from a lamp you can light a lamp. Same way, the Jivan Mukti is transmitted only from a living body to living body. Living body to living body. If that body has to catch Jivan Mukti, it has to catch from a same material source which is living enlightenment. Please understand, I am describing very clearly the need of the master. If that body made out of muscles and the mind made out of thoughts, if it needs to catch living enlightenment, Jivan Mukti fire, it has to catch it only from another one body which is living enlightenment of the same frequency, means like a same flesh and bones. Only from that you can catch. Be very clear, Mahavatar Baba cannot give you living enlightenment. Please understand, I am making a very strong statement, but truth. He cannot give you Jivan Mukti. He can only give you inspiration, experience, some glimpse. But if he wants to give Jivan Mukti, he has to guide you to a person who is in the physical body. In the physical body. Ramakrishna, or Ramana Maharshi, or Mahavatar Baba, or Osho, or J. Krishnamurti, anybody. They are all still in the cosmic plane. Why, you know? With whoever they committed when they are in the physical body. For example, if you are there, when Ramakrishna was there, and you had directly connection with him, and he blessed you, he passed away, still you are here, then he will be there to take care of you. But no new addition is possible after the body is left. No new addition is possible. Now, Mahavatar Baba, all of you I think understand what I am saying. All of you understand what I am saying clearly? Now, if you are seeker, starting to pray to Ramakrishna, Ramana Maharshi, they can guide you to a living master. That's all. They themselves will not be able to give, because it has to be transmitted from this plane, from flesh and bone. That is why the need of living master again and again and again comes back. Understand? That is why no huge organization is able to own spirituality than a living master. Seekers are around me. The reason is, it can be transmitted only from flesh to flesh. The person who is living Jivan Mukti through his muscle memory and muscles. See, I will be living Jivan Mukti without muscles after I leave the body. I will be living Jivan Mukti, that is not a problem. But because there is no muscles, I will not be able to transmit it to the person who is with muscles. If I initiate you now and give you the assurance, only then I can handle you even if I leave the body. So if you had assurance from Ramakrishna, Ramana Maharshi or Osho, somebody, when they are in the flesh, then you don't need to go to new master. It may not be needed. But even then usually they guide to a living master, because living around the master is not only living enlightenment, it's a joy. It's an ecstasy. It's a way of life. For that reason they guide. Understand thoroughly. Otherwise, if you have not had connection with them physically, when they were in the body, even they can't do anything. Mahavatar Baba will not be able to give you enlightenment or the spiritual experience. He can only guide you. That is the reason why still that living master's necessary is not replaced at all. It's not replaced. Still, the necessity for living master is there when the whole thing started by Shiva millions of years ago. The only thing which is not yet outdated, which can never be outdated, is necessity of a living master. In the world, anything can be outdated. Like when these products all started, it was all manual. Now, we don't need human beings to create products. There are machines which produces much better machines than themselves. Do you know? There are machines which constantly produces machines much better than the mother machine. It updates itself and produces new machineries. So after 10 years, I really feel you will be paid if you are ready to keep quiet. You don't need to go to job. If you just keep quiet without disturbing anybody, you will be paid. Because the need for human beings and your work will be outdated. Only if you are in the research and development field, your services may be required. If you are just in a working field, your services may not be required. The R&D people are going to tell you, now just keep quiet, eat and sleep, we will pay you. We have automatized everything. If you don't create any trouble, that's enough for us. Now the whole job, the employment industry, this field is going to become like this in 10 years. You will see. Because the working idea is getting outdated. Same way, thousands of things are getting outdated and replaced. But the living master can never be. The necessity can never be outdated or replaced by anything. Anything. Because when he is radiating through his flesh and bones, only then it can be transmitted to the person who is in flesh and bones. You just catch it. I can say, reading thousands of books, listening to thousands satsangs, even that cannot be equated. Sitting with me very deeply, passively, when I am doing my activities, when I am in action, not just teaching, when I am training these brahmacharis, training these brahmacharinis, or doing what I wanted to do, what all I wanted to do, not just teaching. See, when I am teaching, if you sit passively and listen, you will have these great truths entered into your system. Whatever I am doing, even those moments, if you just passively sit and listen, suddenly you will see you are catching it with that vidarka, you are catching the right intention. Even my shouting with such a deep compassion happening, you will look deeper than the layer which is seen by a normal person. You will look the whole picture. You will see the whole picture. Understand? Anything, if you learn to see the whole picture, you are enlightened. That's all. Learning to see the whole picture is enlightenment. Learning to look at the whole picture is enlightenment. It's like a master is nothing but a conscious ball, breathing consciousness. Any moment you get around his breathing space or his nearness, constantly your muscles gets programmed to live the same thing which he is living. Understand this one example. How you create your body. How you create your body. First, I'll start with the example of fish. Fish. When you are a fish, you look around. Whatever you see will become a samskara in you. See, hear, anything happens through your five senses will become samskara. So the fish may see some tortoise, some bigger fishes, different animals. It will just go around. So when it dies, all the samskaras it acquired will be kept in front of him. Tortoise, bigger fish, everything. This guy will have a choice which body to choose. So naturally, if this guy is felt, tortoise is the best animal I have seen and experienced in my life. One important thing, even if that guy sees the human being, he can't take that big jump. He can't conceive. See, many times you can see, you will feel, I am beyond your brain. You can't conceive. Suddenly you will see, oh God, no, this fellow is beyond my brain. I can't conceive. I can't limit. So, yeah, fish, even if he sees the a human being and records it, he can't take that jump. So he will see the possible jump, best possible jump which he can make. So what naturally he will think, oh, see, I can live only inside water. This tortoise can live even outside water. Come on, let me take the tortoise jump. He will take a jump to become tortoise. Then when he is in the water and in the land, when he goes round, naturally he will collect some more samskaras. He will see the crocodile, he will see the pig, he will see the cow, he will see buffalo, he will see all these things. Then again when he dies, all the cards will be in front of him. So naturally what he will think? Oh, I think pig has a bigger body, better ability to eat, and doesn't have the big shell which I am carrying. I think that will be much more comfortable body than this body. This fellow takes a jump to become pig. When he is pig, then again he collects different samskaras. Now he can take the jump. Then he takes the jump of human being. Understand? This is the way I have described very roughly. This is the way of Vishnu's incarnation. Matsavadara, first fish incarnation, then tortoise incarnation, then pig incarnation, then half animal and half man, Narasimha, lion man incarnation. This is the way the incarnations evolve. Understand one more thing. Sometime if you take a too big jump, you will take birth as handicapped. Or you will not have mind, only body. If you have only human body and do not have a clear thinking system, be very clear, you have taken a big jump. You have taken a big jump. When you take a big jump, too big jump, you will take, it's okay, human body is enough, I don't need a human mind. So when you take a quantum jump, full jump, sometime, you may not, you will not be able to take a strong mind or a very sharp mind, but even then you take a choice, it's okay, I'll have a human body. Artistic child, many of them. Many artistic child are big jump, long jump. They say it's okay, human body is enough, no need for full-fledged human mind, just an animal mind is enough. Because, you see, they know the human life is best life, they think. But they can't afford to create the human brain, human mind. They have only some animal mind. It's okay, this much of mind is enough, that body is okay, we will manage with it. They'll try to match it and take a jump. Anyhow, understand this theory. So what this means, whatever you see gets recorded into your system, and next time you take the jump towards that. Now, enlightened being, Avatara Purusha, is the better, bigger, ultimate specie than a human being. So naturally when you see him, when you are around him, when you feel connected, that memory gets recorded in you. That's why I tell you, I can be sure 100%, either this will be your last Janma, or if you want to take birth, you can have only one more Janma, that's all. Not more than that. Not more than that. Because when you take the one more Janma, that time itself, because the cards will be spread in front of you, I will be also one more card, master card. I will also be one more card. See, before you get your Visa card, there will be Master card. So naturally, which one you will pick up? Because that will be very shining and bright. These 3 months, if you are given a choice to create a life on your own, you will simply reproduce my life. You may not wear this cloth, that is different. But what I am saying, the inner space. In your life, the best inner space you have seen is me only. You know it. You know it. Sometime you may not be able to connect through proper relationship. Like you may not be able to think that you should live around me permanently or these, that and all is second, that and all is social. But I am the ultimate space which you wanted to create in you. That's a no doubt. So naturally, which one you will pick up? You will pick up the master card only. That is why I am saying, either this is the last Janma for you. When you leave the body, you will decide, come on, let's relax. And you will relax. If you decide at all, rarely, no, come on, let me take one more body. Then the options will be, so many cards will be put in front of in your table. The master card will be naturally very bright, shining. Simply you will pick up this card only. So naturally you will land as an Avatara Purusha. You will land as a Jivan Mukta in the body. So no question of having one more birth. So this is the last or only one more maximum. Understand? Living around the master, your muscles catches this memory. One more thing. Even if you don't meditate or don't live enlightenment after this session, after this LBE, your muscles will not forget me. Your intellect can forget me. Try. But your muscles cannot forget me. When the muscles get heated up, you see, during the death, it will get heated up. Because of the pain. Because of the pain, it will be boiled. The moment it gets boiled, I'll open up. The moment it gets boiled, first thing will open up is me. Means the memory about me in you. The experience of me in you. That is the reason the tradition, Vedic tradition, insists so much on living around the master. Living around the master. Even ordinary things like archery, ordinary arts, even for those things, tradition expects you to live with the master. Understand? There are only two kinds of education in the world. One is living with the master and learning. Another one is the school-based system. The school-based is a failure. The classroom-based, few hours you see the teacher and he does some blah 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 and he goes back and lives on his life and you live on your life. You live your life. That does not teach. That's a failure system. But living with the master 24 hours. See, 24 hours he can't hide something from you. Living with the master is not only training for disciple, training for master also. He has to be master 24 hours. I'm saying not in an enlightenment zone. I'm saying about this archery and all the other ordinary things. And he also has to teach you continuously. You also have to learn continuously. Of course, once enlightenment happens, he's a master 24.5 hours. Not 24 hours. 24.5 hours he's a master. He has no problem. But even in ordinary things, the Vedic tradition requests and expects people to live with the master. Of course, even for ordinary things, if you need to live around him, what about Jivan Mukti? It's like see, the only difference between you and me is not enlightenment, because you also carry that, I also carry that. In our 7 layers, see, you are having 7 body, I have 7 body. The last 2 body, the cosmic layer and the nirvanic layer, the last 2 layers are one and the same for you and me. Even now, please understand. Even now, the cosmic layer and nirvanic layer is same for you and same for me. There is no difference in that. But this physical, these layers, these 5 layers, that is where the difference starts. So all you need is not enlightenment, but the body language of enlightenment. Please understand. I think all of you catch what I am saying. I think your bodies are almost like this, only chaos only. It's okay, nothing wrong. It doesn't have to be exact circle. I can say your body is maybe little this way, that way. See, even to be eccentric, you need a center. I don't think ordinarily we have center even to be eccentric. We are not even eccentric. Even to be eccentric, you need a center. See, this first 2 layers, this nirvanic body and cosmic body. In this, in that 2 layers, you are one and the, both of us are same. Only these layers, these outside layers, like a physical, oh God, it's not right. Only these outside layers, like a physical, mental, and physical, pranic, mental, subtle, these outside layers, only there we differ. It means what? You don't need enlightenment. You need enlightened body language. You understand what I am saying? You already have enlightenment. You don't need it. See, the inside, the pure consciousness is there. You can't create that. But the walls, the layers, they all are like a, what to say, covering the original light.
As we have just watched, how it is so necessary and irreplaceable living around the Guru and imbibing from the avatar the initiation that he gives just by living around him. That is the ultimate gift that Swamiji has given so many of us blessed individuals, Kailasians across the world. And in order to protect that, in order to protect the opportunity to live around the Master and live around Swamiji, around the great superconscious being, that is the reason why we need Kailasa, why we need to understand for ourselves about Kailasa. So after we have understood over the last 1.5 hours about why we need Kailasa from this perspective, the scientific perspective, and in the perspective of the Avatar Shastra, the science of descent, I now want to invite anyone who has any suggestions, any comments, anything. You can come and comment down below with your comments, your experiences, and start and become a part of this Jivat Sadar. Having understood why we need Kailasa from this perspective, what is it that we should do, and how can we become more and more a part of Kailasa, be a part of and start the revival, ensure the revival for Kailasa is happening, doing whatever we can for this grand revival of the nation and enlightened civilization of Kailasa. Once again, I'd like to invite all of the viewers to join us for a beautiful opportunity that we have tomorrow, the Vaikunta Darshan. Tomorrow, Swamiji will be giving the darshan in the form of Bhagavan Sri Krishna and Sri Venkateshwara. It is truly one of the most graceful, beautiful opportunities that you have in order to connect with the embodiment of compassion, Mahavishnu, through the form of Bhagavan Sri Krishna and Sri Venkateshwara Swami, and connect with them through the body, through Swamiji. This beautiful initiation process, the darshan, the Bhavasamadhi darshan that he gives us the opportunity to connect with our Ishta Devata, and for millions across the world who connect so deeply to the Gurus, we have the opportunity now to connect with Bhagavan Sri Krishna and Sri Venkateshwara Swami through the darshan that Swamiji will be giving us tomorrow. Tomorrow it is at, it will be announced the timings of the Vaikunta darshan. You can sign up now and ensure that you have all of the necessary equipments and you are ready and prepared for the darshan that Swamiji will be given. It is a very rare thing that Swamiji is doing for the benefit of all of us, just so that he can fulfill our deepest prayers and desires. Having the darshan of our most supreme reality. So inviting all of the viewers to have the darshan and join us for the Vaikunta darshan, the darshan of Bhagavan Sri Krishna, and ways that we can celebrate the happening of the avatar. Over the last 11 days, especially yesterday, during the Jayanti celebrations, the 44th Jayanti celebrations of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, we've been celebrating the Jayanti Brahmotsavam. It is the largest festival, a 21-day Brahmotsavam, where we celebrate every single day the different leelas of Bhagavan and his happening on planet Earth. It is one of the festival which is most dear to Kailasians across the world because of how it relates directly to the happening of Swamiji in our lives. Had he not happened on the planet Earth 43 years ago and manifested the most supreme answer to all of our prayers, we would not have this beautiful life and the blissful opportunity to express our higher reality as we are experiencing it. It is truly one of the best festivals that we can experience during the whole year, and we can celebrate living with the Master, living with our Guru, Paramashiva himself, the incarnation of Paramashiva, and the most perfect manifestation of that super conscious energy that exists in the whole universe. Over the last 11 days, we have been witnessing the different alankarams and the different alankarams, the different rituals and offerings that have been made that are associated with the different leelas in Swamiji's life. That is one of the most beautiful aspects of the whole Jayanti Brahmotsavam, is that every single day we celebrate the happening of the avatar by listening to and understanding the leela of Swamiji. And we understand every single day the different leelas of Swamiji, how he has playfully enacted such a grand revival of Kailasa. This year during the Nithyananda, the Jayanti Brahmotsavam, we have been celebrating how Swamiji is the reviver of the Shani Mata in the different six sampradayas, the 6 traditions of worship, and including the Ganapatya tradition, the Kaumara tradition, Shaiva tradition, the Shakta tradition. All of these Swamiji has revived through, and he has shown in various leelas throughout his whole life. So over the last days, celebrating Swamiji as a reviver of the Indra, and Vaikuntha Darshan, which is celebrating the aspect of Swamiji, who is the incarnation of Venkateshwara and Bhagavan Sri Krishna, who he himself is carrying that very bio-memory of Bhagavan Sri Krishna and Sri Venkateshwara Swami. I just like to take a few minutes to explain what that means. What do I mean? What does Swamiji mean when he says he is the very bio-memory of Bhagavan Sri Krishna or Sri Venkateshwara Swami? Understand that avatars, as they are happening on planet Earth, it is the most meticulous, diligent execution of Paramashiva's instruction, which he has been preparing for and ensuring the most minute details are executed for many hundreds of years in order so that the advent of the avatar can happen and so many millions can be liberated. Therefore, the bio-memory is what we call, can translate it to the qualities of different of your soul, your cognitions which you have about the whole world, universe, life, yourself around you. Bio-memory is one of the aspects of you which defines your understanding about life in the universe, and is the qualities which you carry throughout births due to your, for us it will be due to our karmas and patterns, but for an avatar, an incarnation, they literally handpick the appropriate bio-memory that they need in order to execute the leela, the purpose for their advent on planet Earth, for the divine purpose of the revival of Kailasa, the enlightened civilization, His Divine Holiness. Prior to his advent on planet Earth, Paramashiva himself decided the bio-memories needed in order to express fully and complete his purpose on planet Earth, which is, of course, the revival of Kailasa. He handpicked which would be the qualities that he needs to have in this birth in order to execute with the most minute perfection event. So, what specific memories of the incarnations of Devi Meenakshi Parashakti, Bhagavan Sri Krishna, and Sri Venkateshwara Swami, and as well as so many other in great incarnations who have happened on planet Earth. He has explained this phenomena in how, as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the temple, he has literally, Meenakshi again has come down in order to take up the role and revive the Madurai Adi, the so like this, bio-memories of all of these incarnations. He has radiated the different qualities from Bhagavan Sri Krishna and Sri Venkateshwara Swami. His entire strategy for the war that he has waged against the anti-Hindus is exactly the strategy, the most perfect strategy which Bhagavan Sri Krishna had waged in the Mahabharata war, thing such that the purpose for his advent is executed on planet Earth. In the same way, Bhagavan Swamiji has played the most perfect strategy in order to make happen the revival of Kailasa for all of us, despite having so many attacks and having endured so many persecutions. And from Bhagavan Sri Venkateshwara Swamiji memory, these qualities of his the physical stature, the grace, all of that is from Venkateshwara. And it is known that when the very moment when Malokanayaki, the biological mother of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, had had the divine revelation that she was carrying Paramashiva himself within her womb, is as after she had conducted which is the temple for Sri Venkateshwara, literally blessed and became the blissful memory of Swamiji at that moment as she was offering all of her parts to him in the Anga Pradakshina. Literally, Paramashiva himself had become a part of her. It is truly one of the most divine leelas that has come up to its fruition. We will be having the darshan literally of both Bhagavan Sri Krishna and Sri Venkateshwara Swami. The truth is that really, all of the deities are involved there and expressed through the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as he is the embodiment, the Sarva Deva Devi Swarupa
means the form of all of the devas and the gods and the goddesses. He is making himself available once again in order for all of us to connect to Sri Venkateshwara and to Bhagavan Sri Krishna, inviting all of the viewers who are gathered to stay tuned and ensure that you are prepared and signed up for the Vaikuntha Darshan, which is happening tomorrow, and ensure that you will be ready and you can attend this darshan. There is a sign up process that you need, and all of the processes, the meditation process, that in order to prepare for the darshan will be starting at 9 p.m. and you will be guided into how to conduct yourself and ensure that you receive Bhagavan Sri Krishna and Sri Venkateshwara Swami in the most powerful space. It is truly one of the greatest opportunities that each and every one of us have tomorrow. Let us ensure that we are all signed up and that we have the opportunity, that we will be ensure that we will be attending this Vaikuntha Darshan. We will have a beautiful process that you will be able to attend before the Vaikuntha Darshan in order to prepare yourself for the darshan, in order to ensure that you are 100% prepared and that you can receive the super conscious initiation which Swamiji is giving through the darshan of Paramashiva. So it's immediately ensure that you are signed up and participate in the darshan which is happening tomorrow. I also like to invite all of the viewers to share this satsang as we get as we get ready for the Brahmotsavam, it is the time that we are celebrating the happening of Paramashiva on planet Earth. When Paramashiva happened on planet Earth and he began manifesting the most perfect supreme manifestations of his life on planet Earth. Now, in order to revive Kailasa, the Hindu nation, and the enlightened civilization, it will be a beautiful opportunity for each and every one of us. And we now can get prepared as we know that at 10:30 we'll be having the Nithyananda Satsang live, the divine audience of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. It is always such a beautiful opportunity to be able to have the divine audience, to literally be in and have the opportunity to have that Shakti Pada with the avatar, which is the space from which we can literally manifest Shaktis. We have a beautiful opportunity today now. So let us share this satsang as we get prepared. Let's get ready and give the opportunity to share the satsang and share the message that Paramashiva himself is on planet Earth, and this most significant happening on planet Earth is manifesting
and available to each and every one of us. Let's take a few minutes now to share the satsang. You can share on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, in all of the social media platforms. And let's share with your relatives, your friends, anyone whom you feel can benefit from this divine happening and who can benefit, who would love to have their prayers answered, their deepest desire fulfilled through the divine happening of the super consciousness in form. Go ahead and let's take this time now to share the satsang on all the platforms, in all of the social media platforms, and with anyone you know. Let's bring everyone together and start sharing.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa.
Yes, as we are getting prepared, it is so exciting that at 10:30 p.m. we will be having the darshan of Swamiji live. And as we are waiting and getting prepared, let's take this opportunity. Let's get as excited and active and share with all of your friends, family, relatives, with anyone who you know will benefit, will have their lives transformed from the darshan of Paramashiva and his message on the day one of after the beginning of the 44th year of his advent onto planet Earth. 43 years ago, the cosmos manifested our deepest prayers in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. and answered the accumulated yearning and the answer to all of the suffering of human beings, planets, animals, ecosystems alike, and gave us the solution for all of our suffering. There's no need anymore for any of us to suffer, for any of us to have any fear, any kind of conflict in our lives, because Swamiji, the incarnation of Paramashiva, is on planet Earth. We have the opportunity now to be able to have the darshan of Paramashiva. So let us share the satsang and share this opportunity that we are blessed with more and more people. Let us reach out to every human being on the planet Earth and share this celebrative Nityotsava, that is the happening Leela of Swamiji as the avatar on planet Earth at this time. We'll be having the live darshan at 10:30. So stay tuned and let us continuously chant the Mahavakya. Mahavakya is the most powerful password for the ultimate oneness with the super consciousness. Mahavakya can literally give you that experience which you are wanting, that spiritual awakening and that super conscious breakthrough, just by the continuous chanting of Mahavakya, which Swamiji has initiated all of us into. Continuously chant as we are waiting for the darshan of Paramashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. You'll be able to instantly connect with Paramashiva just through this meditation, chanting the Mahavakya. So let us start chanting the Mahavakya. Sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line and start chanting Mahavakya as we continuously are getting prepared for the live darshan with Swamiji. As we have a opportunity now, let's share the satsang and share with all of your friends and family, relatives, as we're gathered today in all across different countries, in all the countries, all the continents across the world. So many Kailasians are gathering right now in order to have that live darshan of Paramashiva. I know it is something that you have waited all day or all night to look forward to and see Swamiji with your own eyes. I know you are just itching in order to have the darshan of Paramashiva. So with this yearning for Swamiji and his divine darshan, let us share, become active and share across all the platforms and make sure that to have the darshan of Paramashiva and are joining in now for the live satsang, live with Swamiji himself, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and his public divine address that he is going to be giving and sharing the message from Kailasa for today. So keep on sharing in all of the different platforms across the world. So many different people, literally millions of Kailasians, are always gathering at this time, and it's always so beautiful to see how we all gather for the divine darshan of Paramashiva, and we eagerly await his darshan. So as Nithyananda Sangha, let us come together now and start sharing this satsang, and let's take this opportunity, the few minutes we have before
the satsang, and let's ensure that as many people as possible who can be enriched by the presence of the avatar in their lives, let us reach out to them and have them join in the satsang. You can share in different groups on Facebook, and whoever is like-minded, whoever is searching for the superconscious breakthrough and is seeking a higher form of life itself, and a different way, transcending the ways of life they are limited to. Whoever is seeking that life, they can join in and benefit from the initiation and darshan of Paramashiva himself. So I invite all of the viewers now to take this opportunity and let's share on the different social media platforms. In Facebook, you can share on Facebook groups, which is a very nice, a beautiful feature of Facebook itself, where the like-minded people come together and share their different discussions and that kind of thing. So in the groups, we can share with the like-minded people who are seeking this super conscious breakthrough. Like this, there's so many platforms, forums where people are literally just waiting for the darshan of Paramashiva, for the grand entrance of Bhagavan in their lives. So let us take this opportunity, share in all of the platforms, share the link for this YouTube video, this YouTube live video, or on Facebook Live. You can share also in your WhatsApp groups and enrich the whole world with the satsang and the live darshan that is going to happen in just a few minutes.